know when we're good.
Waiting on the Zoom and YouTube to sync up.
Okay.
Jesse, we're all set.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm calling to order the Narragansett Town Council regular meeting, May 3rd, 2021, 7:30 p.m. If everyone could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with
indivisible,
and justice for all.
just.
All right, so we have some minutes to approve. So we'll start off with the April 5th, 2021 regular meeting minutes. Do we have a motion for that?
I'll move the motion, Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray,
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next is a motion to approve the April 13th, 2021 budget work session minutes.
I'll move the motion, Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
All right,
A second.
seconded by Eva. All in favor, start with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick,
aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next is the approval of the April 14th, 2021 budget work session.
I'll move the motion, Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
A second.
Seconded by Eva. All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
and Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. And then last, we have the approval of the April 15th, 2021 budget work session minutes.
I'll move the motion, Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Second.
Seconded by Eva. All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
and Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next, we have an announcement / presentation from our Chief Corrigan on the crisis intervention team update. Thanks, Chief.
Good evening. I want to share my screen here. Thanks for the time tonight. This program we're very happy with and proud of here in Narragansett and other Washington County departments. So I'm going to start off and give you a kind of a broad strokes of the history of mental health crisis here in America. Just going to hit on the highlights. It's a very complicated issue, but I just want to give you a sense of how long this has been a problem. So in 1963, there was a congressional act that was passed that was entitled in part Community Mental Health Care Centers Construction Act. This provided federal support and funding for community mental health centers. This legislation changed how mental health services were delivered in the United States. It started the process of deinstitutionalization, which was a program of closing large asylums and then providing for people to stay in their communities and be treated locally. The intent behind the legislation was humane. However, problems arose through underfunding and reallocation of money. The end result was that proper community supports never materialized. Those with mental illness flooded emergency rooms, the rates of homelessness skyrocketed, and jails and prisons became the new psych units. In 1980 alone, we had half of the outpatient centers that we needed. Absent the proper services, police became the frontline healthcare workers. front care mental health workers. Fast forward to 1987 in Memphis, Tennessee. Officers in that city responded to a man with a knife call, and this subject ended up threatening civilians and threatening police, and it ended up turning to a lethal force encounter. The young man was black and the officers were white, so many citizens raised their voices in angry protest, cries of racism and police brutality. Calmer voices prevailed, and a task force was put together with police and mental health care workers in the city. What eventually came out of this was called the Memphis model of CIT. This model utilized a team of uniformed patrol officers selected for specialized training and basic crisis intervention. These officers would perform the usual duties of uniformed patrol officers, but would be available for immediate dispatch to mental health crisis scenes. Arriving without delay, CIT officers would be able to de-escalate the crisis, decreasing the likelihood of violence and injury to patients, family members, neighbors, and police officers. The CIT officer would assess the individual in crisis and make the decision whether or not to transport a patient for further evaluation. This model now includes specially trained embedded mental health clinicians who can respond with officers, or they can be called to a secured scene. In order to handle these specialized duties, CIT officers would receive training in selected topics, including mental health diagnosis, psychiatric medications, and issues of drug abuse and dependence. The officers would be trained in mental health law and cross-cultural sensitivity. Most importantly, these officers would receive intensive training in verbal de-escalation skills with consistent attention to officer safety throughout all components of the CIT training. As the crisis intervention team program was implemented, it became clear that CIT decreased the likelihood of an individual with mental health ending up in the criminal justice system. CIT also increased the chances of an appropriate healthcare referral. Thus, the CIT program has an important side effect of jail diversion. The CIT Memphis model has spread to many parts of the country since 1987 and has been the subject of a great deal of research on its effects. It is now considered the gold standard for improving outcomes between police and people suffering from mental illness. For example, the International Association of Chiefs of Police has developed what is called the One Mind campaign. You can look this up on the internet. This seeks to ensure successful interactions between law enforcement and people in crisis or people with mental health issues or disorders. The initiative focuses on uniting local communities, public safety organizations, and mental health organizations so that the three become of one mind. The campaign requires departments to take a pledge to implement 4 promising practices over a 12 to 36 month time frame. These practices include establishing a clearly defined and sustainable partnership with one or more community health organizations, developing and implementing a model policy addressing law enforcement response to people in crisis or with mental health issues or disorders, to train and certify 100% of sworn officers on the department and selected non-sworn staff such as dispatchers in mental health awareness, and providing CIT or an equivalent program to a minimum of 20% of the police force, as well as to some non-sworn staff such as dispatchers. NPD has taken the pledge and is in compliance with all elements except the training for our public safety dispatchers, which we have recently started. We sent a dispatcher to a recent CIT academy for dispatchers, the first of its kind in Rhode Island. If you visit the ICP website and search for One Mind campaign, you can find Narragansett under participating departments. Now, looking at the issue here in Washington County, Washington County has not been spared the effects of America's mental health crisis. Washington County is a federally designated mental health shortage area. This means that the number of patients far exceed the number of psychiatrists that are available. Research shows that mental illness and substance use disorders are common. Half of us are likely to experience a behavioral health condition at some point in our lives. A lack of service has contributed to Washington County having the highest suicide rate and the highest binge drinking rate across all age groups in the state of Rhode Island. In 2018, NPD met with our partners at South County Healthy Bodies, Healthy Minds, and Thunder Mist Health Center to discuss a comprehensive plan to improve behavioral health planning in Washington County. At the time, NPD had been seeking to establish a CIT program with other Washington County departments. Although we do not have the activity to justify having a full-time embedded clinician, in combination with other jurisdictions, there is more than enough need. It just so happened that at the same time, our mental health partners had also had the goal of establishing CIT in Washington County. So we began to collaborate on this initiative. So at this time, there was no CIT in the state of Rhode Island. So we initially sent 2 officers to Connecticut, where CIT has been around for quite a while, to get them certified. And then our mental health partners obtained federal funding to run the first CIT Academy in Rhode Island at the Westerly Police Department in October of 2019. Then in the summer of 2019, federal grant funding was utilized to hire a police mental health clinician. She is presently providing services to the Narragansett, Richmond, Westerly, South Kingstown, and North Kingstown police departments. In the summer of 2020, NPD secured a federal grant for nearly $100,000 to support the program for a full year. Other funding has been brought on board to continue to grow the CIT throughout the state of Rhode Island. Now for a word on the training curriculum, our officers go to a 40-hour training course, and this is just a partial list of some of the classes that they have to take. As you can see, it's a well-rounded curriculum dealing with mental illness and co-occurring disorders, deals with several police-related issues such as police suicide prevention and suicide by cop. The de-escalation skills course is actually taught by a detective sergeant who's on the Narragansett Police Department, who does an excellent job of that. Now for our CIT operations, it all starts with our dispatch. Our CIT officers, our dispatchers have a list, let them know which officers have been to the training. So when we get a call for a mental health emergency, they always prioritize sending the CIT officer to this. If one of our CIT officers is not available, they'll send a regular car that has had the mental health awareness training. And then as soon as we can get a CIT officer to the scene, we will get one there. We, of course, now also have our mental health clinician. So if she's on duty, she will respond with the officers, or if there's a weapons on scene or something of that nature, they'll wait for the scene to be secured and then call her in. She's also available for emergency callouts, which we've done that before for operations. When she's not involved directly in the incident at the time, every week when she responds here, she works with one of our police lieutenants here, who's our CIT liaison, and it'll determine which calls for her to follow up on. She also conducts other outreach. If we have a report of someone homeless in the community or in any of the communities in Washington County, she'll do outreach to them. And whenever we've had anybody survive an overdose attempt or an accidental overdose, she'll reach out and provide services. And then one of our officers will leave behind an Narcan kit with that person. Supporting these operations. Oh, I should also mention that she provides services directly to the police department and to the fire department when we have critical incidents. We had a few last year, a couple of fatal motor vehicle accidents, and unfortunately, we had a suicide that was committed in the presence of our officers. We were able to bring our mental health clinician in to do a critical incident debrief on that, which is very important for the mental health of our officers. So supporting the whole program, we also have a CIT steering committee. This is made up of all the key partners of this program, who I would like to thank at this point. Director Susan Orban from South County Healthy Bodies, Healthy Minds. Senior Director of Health Equity Initiative, Susan Jacobs at Thunder Miss Health Center. Our CIT coordinator on the mental health side, which is Liz Gledhill at Thunder Miss Health Center. Our police clinician, Allison Taylor, who we contract through the Providence Center for. And then my fellow chiefs, who she's also providing service to, Chief Johnson, Chief Lacey, Chief Ewing Chow, and Chief Flanagan. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Great, thank you, Chief. Do any council members have any remarks or questions for Chief Corrigan?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Also, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, can I just ask one question? I was just,
Sure.
you may have said this and I might have missed it, but how many officers are actually CIT trained in the
We
department?
have
now?
13 trained officers.
Great.
So that's 32% of the department. The standard for one mine campaign is 20%.
Yes, that's
So we're
great.
doing well there.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next we have a presentation from the Narragansett Historical Society, fundraising efforts and renovation of the windmill building at 170 Clark Road. I believe it's Dr. O'Neill. Dan, do you see his name in the list?
I do. I just brought him in.
Great, thanks. All right, so Mr. O'Neill, if you're able to unmute, and then if you want, you can show video, or you just share your screen. Okay. Why don't we, Dan, do you normally chat with the panelists to get
I
things working?
don't normally know.
Okay.
Yeah, they usually just come right in.
Mhm.
Just make sure I got the right O'Neill. It's the only O'Neill in the meeting, so.
And I think it could be the one that had the hand up, the L Ray. There we go.
Huh.
L Ray 1311.
And they need to stop. I can't bring them in if they keep on hitting the button.
I know.
I'm unmuted, I believe.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
we
you
can
very
see you.
much. Am I clear? And am I
Yeah.
on the screen?
You'll need to share your screen. There should be a button for that.
Okay.
Or has he provided the presentation for us to show?
No, I'm going to make the presentation. Do I have to press share content?
It'll be share screen and then it'll show a window, whatever window you want to show on your computer.
Okay, I'm on. And am I on now?
Not yet.
Okay. I'm not sure what now. How about if I push share content?
Yeah, you can try that.
Okay, screen. I'm going to go to screen. And okay. Am I on now?
No.
No. Well, I'm not sure how using the I'm at least you can hear me.
Doctor, when you click on the share screen button at the bottom, it's like a green arrow that says share screen. Have you
Okay,
clicked on
share content. Okay, go to screen.
share screen, and then it'll have a box that shows multiple screens on your computer, and you
Okay.
select one of those.
Oh, I can see. Okay, I can see me on the screen. Can you see me now?
We see you, but not your content. But if you want to try doing it,
I don't need content right
okay, perfect.
Okay. Well, first of all, obviously, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the Historical Society, Shirley Easton, our president, and almost 350 members of the Narragansett Historical Society. And I'm delighted to be here this evening to kind of recapitulate things because obviously new members, and it's a little bit of a time lapse as well. To go back about a year and a half ago, the town of Narragansett had budgeted approximately $28,000 to demolish the windmill building, which is the tall structure adjacent to the Parks and Recreation building. And at the same time, the Historical Society was attempting to find a permanent location. We've been sort of vagabonds since the late 70s. And happily, we were able then to approach the Parks and Recreation Commission, Steve Wright, and found a lot of support for the prospect of our efforts to rehabilitate the windmill building for our purposes and also to restore the structure. Historically, the building goes back to 1935. Harold Bosworth built it. We're not quite sure why he decided to build a home that looked like a windmill. And actually at the time it had windmill blades on it, which didn't serve a purpose. They were decorative, but they were very large. And I'm not sure if I can project that image, but if I can't, later on, I'll bring in the posters that we have. They're very large and leave them in Mr. Tierney's office, and you folks are more than welcome to take a look. So what happened was the structure was built as a home initially in 1935. By 1940, it actually became the Windmill Antique Shop, which was interesting, and then subsequently became a home again until 1976, when the property was purchased by Camp Jury. Remember the adjacent structures? That's the Jewish Orphanage of Rhode Island campsite. It remained, part of the camp, serving as kind of the dispensary and the nurses' residence until 2002, when Narragansett purchased the property. Subsequent to that, not very much happened to the property. And as I say, about a year and a half, 2 years ago, the town was seriously considering the demolition of the property. It's interesting as a windmill structure, because actually in Rhode Island, there's only now 6 similar buildings that are in existence. In Jamestown, we have one that's complete and functional. In Middletown, there's 2 more which are complete and functional. There's a Longfellow windmill, which is actually built by Longfellow, the poet, and he wrote a poem with a windmill. Then also is that at 560 Ocean Road at Dunmere, the tower that's there had a windmill up on top of it that functioned, bringing water up into a storage chamber. The windmill was lost in the hurricane of '56 and not replaced. So then we have the 6th building, which is the one that again was constructed in 1935. Our efforts with the building are that we need administrative space, we need room for planning because of all the educational efforts on our part in terms of walking tours, a lot of seminars, a lot of meetings and lectures that have occurred at the towers and elsewhere. And the property serves the purpose nicely. There's wonderful parking. It's got beautiful grounds around it. Unfortunately, it's not in very good shape. So long story short is that once we were able to obtain a lease from the town, which is 25 years, $1 a year, with a renewal for another 25 years for $1 a year, we're then able to, this happened a little over a year ago, we were then able to reach out, and we interviewed 3 different sets of restoration architects. We interviewed a whole bunch of builders. Long story short, again, we have Peter Borgmeister as our architect. Happily, Keith Lescarbeau is our building construction advisor. And starting last summer and fall, we started fundraising. At this point in time, given the most recent last week grant of $9,500 from Preserve Rhode Island, we have thus far, we've been able to raise $165,000. We have a lot of other grants pending, including the Champlin Foundation, which we hope to hear from the end of this month. Our plan is a 2-phase restoration The first one this summer, that would include what we describe as buttoning up the structure. It's shingling, its roof, its windows, its doors, its sills. And that would enable us then to protect the envelope of the building. A second phase subsequently would be the interior efforts. We've had wonderful support from obviously Parks and Recreation, the Town Planning Department, Mr. Tierney's office. Steve Wright's been wonderful in his support, and happily the Town Council seems to be comfortable with our efforts. So we looked elsewhere, by the way. The South County Museum had no more space on its property, and the library, both the old and the new, had insufficient property or space for us to be able to utilize that as our home. So that's where we are, and we wanted to just update the council and hope that we can continue to garner your support in the process.
Thank you, Dr. O'Neill. Appreciate it. I was on the last council, so I was, pretty aware with the backstory on this one. Do any council members have any questions tonight?
No, thank you for the update though, Dr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Dr. O'Neill.
Yes, thank
Well,
you.
My pleasure. And as I say, I'll leave those posters at Mr. Tierney's office for a week or two, so it doesn't kind of occupy too much space, but they're really kind of fun because the one is actually a beautiful large photo. It's probably 3 feet by 2 feet of the building with the windmill on it. And the other one is actually an advertisement that was, we think, in the Narragansett Times advertising ye old windmill gift shop. So thanks again. Hopefully we'll see you in the fall and give you an update again on our progress. And we welcome a visit anytime and happy to meet you there and go through the property.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank you.
night. All right, so next we have a proclamation recognizing Teresa C. Donovan, CMC, retiring town clerk. This one had to get snuck on the agenda last minute. She would not have allowed this to be on there, but it is. So we'll go ahead and read this one. A proclamation honoring town clerk Teresa C. Donovan. Whereas Teresa C. Donovan will retire as town clerk on July 14, 2021, following 12 years of public service for the town of Narragansett. And whereas Teresa C. Donovan began her career with Narragansett as a clerk in the town clerk's office on July 13, 2009, and was promoted to deputy town clerk in February of 2011. And whereas Teresa C. Donovan received the designation of certified municipal clerk in 1988 from the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. And whereas Teresa C. Donovan is a member of the Rhode Island Association of City and Town Clerks, having served as Newport County Vice President, Education Committee member, and Probate Court Manual Committee member. And whereas Teresa C. Donovan is a member of the New England Association of City and Town Clerks, having served as a past Board of Directors member for 2 terms, and is a member of the International Institute of Municipal Clerks. And whereas Teresa C. Donovan has been as a member of the Exeter West Greenwich Regional School Committee since 2010, serving as vice chair, and is a member of the Rhode Island Association of School Committees. And whereas Teresa C. Donovan was consulted by the Rhode Island State Senate Special Task Force to study elderly abuse and financial exploitation from 2018 to 2019, and was instrumental in enactment of legislation to assist and protect Rhode Island's elderly and other at-risk persons. And whereas with the love and support of her husband, William, and her sons, Spencer, Warren, and Wilson, Teresa C. Donovan has completed over 37 years of dedicated municipal service to the communities of Jamestown, Newport, North Kingstown, Exeter, and Narragansett. Now, therefore, all our citizens join with us in extending to Teresa C. Donovan our deep appreciation for her distinguished service and our best wishes for many more happy and productive years in the future. Adopted this 3rd day of May, AD 2021. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, Terry. Good
Your
luck.
last meeting, right?
Yes, yes. It's been my privilege and my honor to serve the town of Narragansett. I'm surrounded by colleagues of the highest caliber, and Narragansett is truly fortunate to have so many professionals that are giving their best every day, and that's at every level. And I have always enjoyed the support and the camaraderie of all of my colleagues in the clerk world. They all know who they are. We help each other every day. And I truly appreciate the opportunity that I've had in Narragansett. Thank you all.
Thank you, Terry. You've been
Thank you.
wonderful.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gonna love
Miss-
it.
I just
Um,
like to say, just want to apologize for the last couple of years. Been awfully rough for you. Ever since you took the job, you've been battered. I mean, what? It's been 2 town clerks. How many town managers? I mean, it's tough town to work for. That's for sure. Everybody's got a gripe.
Thank you.
You
Everybody's
did an
got a
amazing
gripe.
job, though, Terry. You did an amazing work.
Congrats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, before you go to the public hearing, can I pull a motion?
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quick, I just want to thank Terry as well. I said it before, but you really have been like completely indispensable, for me personally, just kind of transitioning into this role, and just want to thank you again for all the time you put into it. But we will go extra long for you tonight, just because the last one, extend it a little bit. So that's for you.
Good. Get it all done tonight.
That's right.
Thank you, Terry. Best wishes to you and your family and your next endeavor. We're gonna miss you, but we're happy for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, there she is.
The public hearing.
Ready to go. There she
This
is.
is ready.
Susan, did you say you wanted to pull something?
Yeah, I just wanted to let the public know, motion 25 on the boards and commissions is still under, still needs some language, believe it or not. Terry, I know that's a parting gift. We still need to work on some language on that. So I'm gonna pull that for tonight.
Okay. So for anyone in the public that was interested in that
It's on the
item,
boards and commissions on the term limits.
right? Number
It
25.
will be back again, though. It will be back.
Okay. So that's going to be pulled for anyone that was waiting for that one. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start our public hearing. Lisa, I see you there.
All set.
Okay, great. Sorry that we're a little bit late.
That's okay.
Okay. So we have a motion to continue a public hearing on the fiscal year 2022 budget. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion to public hearing for the
All right.
budget.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, seconded by Deb. Okay. So we are back into our public hearing, continuation from last meeting. And what we have is some adjustments and some updates to the budget based on the work sessions that took place a few weeks back. So we're gonna have the town manager and our finance director go ahead and present these updates. Thanks, guys.
Good evening, everyone. Christine and I did work quite diligently with other department heads to address some of the items that were brought up to council before. One was a reduction of the operating budget, the initial reduction of the operating budget for the fire department, and a few other items. And we do have a PowerPoint presentation that Christine's going to present. You'll see we've made some recommendations in this in addition to the changes that the council's directed us to make in the budget. So without further ado, Christine.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Council President Pugh, and good evening to you and all council members and community participants. As you stated, tonight is the second public hearing of the proposed town council budget for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Are we all set to share my screen now, Dan, that I have my internet back?
Yes. Yep, you're all set.
Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so during the budget work sessions, there was a request that Jim and I go back for additional cuts from the department heads. What we got back was very immaterial, and I'll go on to explain why, a couple of reasons. But the main reason is because the deep cuts that were taken for the current year's budget we're in, the 2021 budget, I don't know if some of you may remember, but there was only a 0.3% increase over the 2020 budget. So we had already done some deep dives into everybody's budgets. Also, if you remember, I have another slide here. If you remember this slide, we were talking about the 7%. Really, that was the left for operating. Everything else was non-discretionary in a sense. Of this 7%, I went in and looked and split it into the expenses into discretionary and non-discretionary. So for discretionary funds that we have to operate the town, there was less than $1 million. There was about $870,000 in discretionary spending. All the other expenses were non-discretionary, about 3.2 million. The non-discretionary were things like electricity, heat, purchase services for our softwares, fuel, et cetera, things like that. So I just wanted to bring that point to you. It was very difficult to make additional cuts to this budget. So that being said, I will try to go on to my other screen. Oh, here we go. Technically challenged. New share.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
Oh, I had to reset my modem. I couldn't get into tonight's meeting. I was panicked. Why isn't my screen coming up? Share.
You may want to stop sharing and then
Stop
reshare
sharing
again.
now and do it again.
Yeah, yep. That'll give you your screen option.
There we go. Okay, let's try this again. So this is what we did do, and I'll present what decisions still need to be made. So what's notable in this year's budget, there was an increased funding in capital projects for $401,000, an increase in funding for operating of $2.12 million. We were asked to reduce the tax levy, so the tax levy is at 1.98 excluding motor vehicles and 1.82% including motor vehicles. As stated before, medical and dental premiums were reduced from the original 10 and 5% down to 1 and a reduction of 5.8% for dental. There is right now $1.03 million use of unassigned fund balance reserve for the operating budget. That would leave a projected fund balance reserve of about 16%. Still funding the actuarial determined contributions for both pension and OPEB funds. So changes from the town manager to the town council proposed. We revised the state revenues that we discussed in the past that increased by 71,000. Again, we had the use of fund balance. We increased the fire building renovations that we talked about in the work sessions. Also, Steve Wright's Parks and Rec's temporary wages. We put the engineering vehicle back in as discussed, and also the engineering AutoCAD software. And we also added fire personnel. That's the recruit for expected retirements. That's due to be filled around September. So the total additions is almost $1.2 million. We were also asked, fire was asked to reduce their budget by 1%. And this is a listing of what they came up with. They actually reduced a little bit over their 1%. down to $82,690. Further reductions was the healthcare premiums, the dental premiums, the tax revenue. Also, we reduced the solicitor by 15,000. And Mr. Wright came up with field trips, a reduction of 7,000, and the tennis 1,500, for a total reduction of 1.34 million. So we have some pending issues still out there. The fire department had requested for additional $12,000 for emergency management part-time position, and that was the one he was reaching out to REMA for matching funds for their emergency management position there. There was a special appropriations request of $5,600 from the Wildlife Rehabilitation Clinic of Rhode Island that hasn't been decided. And the decisions would be to use fund balance or major cuts to capital projects. And that would look like, this was not discussed with anybody. This is just things that I kind of threw out there so you could get a picture of what would happen if we had to cut these capital items. The police vehicles, fire building renovations wouldn't happen. Town hall renovations wouldn't happen. Parks and Rec vehicle wouldn't happen. And there's another $332,000 of additional cuts that I couldn't pick and choose from in the capital budget, for a total of $1.07 million. So right now, as it stands, the budget you have, the impact on taxes, the proposed tax rate for residential property is $8.86 per thousand, and the commercial rate is proposed at 11.96 cents per thousand. The 2021 rates are $10.48 and $14.15 per thousand. And the tax levy increase of $1,044,804 represents a 1.82% increase in the current year's tax levy. And here's a picture showing that. Next steps would be the adoptions of the town council budget, the first ordinance May 17th, the first reading of the ordinance May 17th, and the second reading June 7th. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Chris. All right, we are going to take public comment. Do any council members have any questions for Chris before we do that? We'll start with you, Susan.
So just one question, Chris, the use the fund balance or cut the major capitals, that's a decision that we have to make?
Yes, if you want to keep the tax rate under.
Okay. All right, that wasn't a question, it was just a confirmation. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, Eva?
No, thank you.
Deb?
I just want to clarify one thing. I think you said, but maybe you didn't, that the fund balance, if we did take that money, it would still be at 16%?
Potentially, yes.
And 16% is the ideal rate to be at, right?
Correct. That's the maximum
Okay.
level. Yeah.
Right. So we wouldn't even, I mean, so if we didn't do that, we would have more than the maximum level required.
Correct.
Okay, so kind of, okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jesse, could I just impart one thing? It follows along Christine's. When Christine had mentioned that the last year's budget came in at 0.3%. And that was prior to the concessions that two of the unions took graciously. It was through long negotiations with two of them, but those numbers were plugged in later. So it could actually be less. It's actually less than that. That's we had chopped it so bad last year in preparation for the unexpected with COVID. Right. And we had use of zero fund balance at that point. I just wanted to stress that. And there really wasn't much else we could see to cut at this juncture. Thank you.
Jesse, I did have one other question or just concern. One of the things that we've been waiting on was what our portion of funding from the CARES Act or from the COVID-19 relief fund, and we don't have that information yet either, do we?
Correct, those regulations have not been produced yet.
So that could actually be some additional funding for us as well, right?
Right, estimated at 1.52 million plus, yes.
So if we did that, I guess that means we could just restore some of the things that we've had to remove.
Depending on what they say we can use it on, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I got it.
Patrick?
No questions at this time.
All right. I just have a couple comments before we go to the public. Chris, if you have brought this up on your slide, just let me know. My camera cut off for like a minute, so I missed like a couple seconds there. But when it comes to the unassigned fund balance transfers, I don't know if Chris mentioned this, but it is common. It's actually common practice for the town to do that, to make up that gap in operation funding. So I have the stats from the last 5 years just to show that. I just don't want it to come off as if we're doing something out of the ordinary here. So in 2016, the town transferred 997,821 to use for operating from the unassigned fund balance. 2017, it was 531,000. 2018, it was over 2 million. 2019, 1.6 million. Then 2020, 1.5 million, which did not get used because everything ended up being less because of COVID. We didn't have any programs going through the summer and that sort of stuff. But this is something that is done every year. So we're just doing the same thing that is always done, and actually less than has been done in certain years in the past. So I do want to bring that up. And then the other thing is, actually, I'll wait until we do our last comments before we close it out. So why don't we go ahead and go to the public. So for anyone with their hand up, right now we're in the public hearing for the town budget. The parking ordinance will be after this. So if you have your hand up for anything other than the town budget, go ahead and lower your hand. If you want to speak on the town budget, keep your hand up. We'll call on you and the town solicitor will swear you in. So Dan, who do we have first?
First is Sunny.
All right, I am going to say to Sunny, this is specific to the town budget. If this has anything to do with any sort of court case going on with the town right now, we will have to cut you off on that because it is pending litigation. But go ahead, you can move her over. Sunny, are you there? All right, looks like you're unmuted. Can you try speaking?
You hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Yes?
Hi, Sunny. We're going to have
Hi,
the
hi,
town
hi.
solicitor swear you in.
Okay, hi.
Sonny, would you please state your full name and spell your last name?
Yeah, it's Sonny Albanese, Albanese.
Would you please state your address?
35 Kingsley Avenue, North Kingstown.
Would you please raise your right hand?
Yeah.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so regarding the town budget, when it comes to you guys are looking for ways to save money. You put a lot of town money into the trust. And I want to know who's overseeing the trust so that money in the trust doesn't get wasted. Like if a case goes on for 30 years and they hire an outside attorney to litigate something that could have been litigated for pennies, could have been settled for pennies, but it goes on for 30 years. That's a place where you people can save some money in the town. No? I don't know who's overseeing that so that they don't give maybe one of their friends, lawyers who are friends, just a free ride with litigation costs and ring it up. That's your town money going away. No? That's what I want to say about that. And so we're only talking about the town budget right now?
Right, yeah, we'll have open forum a little bit later on.
I'm sorry.
Later on tonight, we'll have open forum where the public can speak on other items.
Oh, okay. So we can't speak like on the CIT issues?
No, not right now.
Okay, so the trust, yeah. And another way the town could save money is by, making sure the officers in the town. I mean, the thing of it is with some of these towns, when they come to spending money, is they abused. I mean, if they were more public friendly in each of these departments, you wouldn't need a bunch of money thrown at like material things to make things work. In other words, let's say the head of the police department, let's say he's now this one seems pretty nice, but let's say you have a jerk at the head, so that all the other police officers think that it's normal to be nasty to citizens and stuff. So maybe instead of throwing money at everything, you should look at who is in charge in some of these police departments, and address that, instead of thinking, well, we have to throw money at this and we have to throw money at that. Sometimes it's just a matter of being nice. Oh, and I want to say one thing about Teresa. Teresa, why are you retiring? Teresa, why? I mean, she was one of the best things in that town, and now she's leaving. The question is, you guys should give her more money to stay, because then the town would end up saving money in the long run, because she's such a wonderful person. Why are you leaving, Teresa? Can you tell me? Teresa? 37 years? Oh, that's all I have to say, folks, about just the budget. But a lot of money doesn't solve a lot of problems.
Thank you,
That's all I
Sunny.
have to say.
All right, thank you. So Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Stanley Wojciechowski.
Hello, Stanley. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Stan Wojciechowski, WOJCIECHOWSKI, 1044 Boston Neck Road, Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
yes, I do.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to commend the town manager, Jim Turney, for his leadership, as well as all the department heads who gave real professional presentations. I listened to him and I was impressed. We certainly do have a good crew out there and a good leader to keep them operating real well. The only addition I'd like to probably bring up is, again, fund balance. Maybe we could use 1% of it for road work. I kind of felt the roads were an issue maybe. And instead of having a maximum fund balance, if we could maybe get 1% and use it on roads, because I don't want to see road bonds coming down the road when not only we have to fix the road, but we have to pay interest on that money. So a little extra money up front from this surplus could prevent us having to pay monies for bonds in the future. So that's the only area I thought we could save in the future. Now, I noticed she said 16%, and that's the maximum. I don't know if that's before the library issue is fixed or not. I thought there was 2% coming from the library once that money was transferred. I'm not sure, but that was the maximum. I thought we had a minimum of 11%. I thought we had like a 5%. And I understand what we've done in the past. You know, we've done a lot of stuff in the past, but that's what we got to change. Do we really have to stay at a maximum fund balance of 16%? Can we get down to 11%? And can we pass some of that on to a lower tax rate or lower taxes coming from our citizens, our taxpayers? You know, I have a second tenant, family type person. She says, if you increase my rent $10, I'm leaving. I'm out of here. $10. I haven't increased your rent for 2 years. I mean, it's a situation where her job is not as good as it was last year. So there's people suffering out here. As I told you before, the gal ran away owing me $3,600. It's a family person. We're losing families. If we can cut costs, taxes is one of the main areas, you know, and yeah, landlord has to pay. I can't pay all the taxes for all my tenants. They have to pay their share of taxes. And if you reduce it, then it allows me not to have to increase their rent as much. I still got to pay extra water, insurance, whatever, but I can reduce the amount of increase to a bare minimum if I can get some leeway here. And all I'm asking is, instead of the maximum, what is the minimum and how close can we go to the minimum so there won't be a tendency to spend? Let's hold our spending. And one way is not to know that there's a lot of excess monies, a minimum excess monies. Let's get down to that 11% and be frugal. And that's also an indicator to everyone. Hey, we are the most frugal we can. This is the minimum. We can't go any lower than this. That's what I really like to hear, not the maximum. How low can we go and how close can we come? Then you're being financially smart. And that's all I'm asking. Change from the previous people who may not have done that. You're going to be some financially superior in your decision making as you are closer watching the money and staying right down to the minimums. And I commend you, Mr. Attorney, for going back and back to the department heads for cuts, and more cuts. And they've responded. You know, your management style is good. They've responded. It's an honest request. And it's helping people who are suffering out here. And I'm the one that sees them. I see those on the lowest income scale. And I'm telling you, it's not nice. I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who's next?
Next, we have someone using their Acura hands-free link.
Very good.
Hello.
Hello, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Catherine Celeberto, Celeberto, 48 Earls Court, Narragansett.
Catherine, would you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I guess my Bluetooth must be on. I'm not sure what's going on here. I want to just talk about the budget, which is increasingly being funded by the residential taxpayers. 2/3 of these taxpayers, we're bearing the entire cost ourselves because we don't rent out our houses, so we don't have any income coming in. In 2017, the homestead exemption was passed. And at that time, the residential rate was $10.08. The commercial rate was $15.12. That same year, though, that the homestead exemption was passed, an inventory tax exemption of $35,000 was put into place. And that immediately saved every business $512 on their taxes. Now, I don't know too many people who saved $512 when the homestead exemption was passed. In any event, 2019, the commercial rate was lowered to 1.4 times the residential rate. The residential rate was $9.95, the commercial rate was $13.98. In 2021, and I'm going off the numbers that were in the paper, the residential rate, $9, commercial rate is going to be $12.60. So since 2017, the residential rate went down $1.08, but the commercial rate went down $2.52. And it seems that the residents are increasingly taking on the burden of the businesses. But not just that, the rental owners, as I've said in the past, these increased police costs, increased town hall costs, inspection costs, and all of that. And we residents who don't rent out our houses, we're absorbing this. So I would really like the town council to seriously consider charging the rental owners the commercial rate. The IRS considers them businesses. They're listed under businesses in our own a code of ordinances, because the burden has to start coming off the residents. With the reevaluation, people's valuations were way up. Mine went up $140,000, went up $70,000 a few years ago. So it's gone up $210,000 in a few years. Now, I'm not saying I can't pay, because I certainly can, but there are other people in town who are going to have a hard time paying these increases. Their houses have been reevaluated. They've gone up $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. We're coming out of COVID, and then we have a major reevaluation. So you really have to think about looking at those people at the lower end, which the homestead exemption was supposed to help. And I've run some numbers, and I really can't say it's really helped them that much. Thank you.
Catherine? All right, Dan, it looks like we have one hand up.
Yep, Steve?
Hello, Steve, please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please.
Stephen Ferrandi, Steven, last name Ferrandi, Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road, Narragansett.
Steve, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I think it's important, if you can, extremely important, especially this year with the new reevaluation, that you can try to level fund as much as you can this budget, because I've just done some calculations with my particular property, and it's up, like about a 34% increase in valuation. Now, granted, the rate is going down, but at 8.86, I'm still looking at about $700 or $800 more. And for me, that's about a 16%, 13 or 14% increase. So I have to echo some of the statements that Catherine Celeberto said before, is that, a lot of what's driving this real estate market is a lot of the investment in properties. A lot of the people that just want to live in the houses and not rent and not use it for an investment opportunity. So this is kind of skewing everything. I live in Eastwood Look. It's a highly rental situation here. So personally, I think these homes are being driven, the market value, by the investment opportunities. I don't rent my property. So I'm getting lumped in with a higher valuation, and everybody says, oh, our valuation is fine. Yeah, you want your reevaluation to be the highest when you're just going to sell the property. If you're in the house, you want it low so your taxes stay low. So proportionally, I think we're getting and maybe the tax assessor can look into that. You can put some kind of an adjustment in somehow and look at investment property versus real estate. Granted, we live by the ocean. Yes, everybody wants to be here, but it's being also driven by this investor-driven situation that's driving our prices up. And we got caught in a double whammy with COVID and all of that. But I think it's really going to skew a lot of these evaluations to the higher end. So even at this $8.86, you're going to see it go up a lot, some of these taxes. And it's a little deceiving because it only looks like a 1.8% increase or whatever it is. But, the way I did my math, it's not coming out to an increase that way because my valuation is skewed up so high. So that's all I have to say. Just consider maybe you could let the tax assessor look at something like that, or but I think we're going to be surprised once it comes out. So I appreciate if you can keep it as close to level funding as possible. It would probably help. So thank you, council.
Thanks, Steve. All right, looks like that is it for public comment. So why don't we go through the council and see if we can get some numbers settled. And if so, we can close the public hearing and move forward with the first reading in a couple weeks. Before we go, I'm just gonna go through a few notes that I have on some of the specific items, funding items that we had talked about in the work session that were brought up tonight. So I have 3 here that we could think about that we had discussed. So the one is the firehouse renovation. That was something that we had talked about at the last meeting. So that's $350,000 on that one. And that's something that if we wanted to, we could look for that money from that federal rescue money funding this summer and use that for that project potentially if it qualified. Just a thought. The other item that we had discussed was the additional transfer for the library budget to make up for what was lost because the library wasn't level funded in the past. So that was a request from the library on that, which would set a new level funding number for them. And then we have the request from the Wildlife Rehab Clinic for $5,600. So that's all I have for my notes. Those are the 3 that I think are worth discussing. If anyone else has anything else, now's the time. So Susan?
So do you want us to address what you just on your list? Is that what?
Yeah, well, we'll need to come to a
Yeah,
consensus.
so I think if we don't know about the federal rescue money, but if that's a possibility, then I could support that firehouse for sure. If not, I feel like maybe we could move it over a year. The 87,000 from the library, I would say, I'm sorry that there was a loss with the state funding, but I can't support that at this time. And then I would be absolutely in support of the 5,600 for the wildlife. And I'd like to use the fund balance so that we can have the major capital projects just generally move forward.
Okay.
And can I just have a quick question too? When we met when we had our last workshop, we were at 3.6, right? Is that what we had that's the number, and we had them go back and do some work and then we brought it down, correct? Is that the right number, Jim? From that last workshop, I was just trying to sort of figure out the work that we all had done when you went back to the departments. Does that sound right, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Then I'm good. Thank you. Nice job, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay, Eva?
Yeah, great job. Thank you. Actually, I concur with Susan's assessment.
Okay. All right, Deb?
I also concur. I just want to make sure so that we went from 3.6 to 1.82, right, Chris?
Right.
Yeah, so that's pretty significant and good. And it's conceivable, that's with the use of the fund balance money, but also knowing that there's conceivably more money coming our way from the federal government. So I think that's kind of an important point to make as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Patrick?
Yeah, so run me down the list that we're making some changes here tonight. Is that what we're doing here, Council President?
These will be the last changes.
All right, why don't you run them down for me one more time?
Yep. All right. So the first one, which I didn't even mention and Susan brought up, was to accept the transfer from the unassigned fund balance to the operating budget. So that would be the 1.2, or what was it? Just over 1 million.
Just over 1 million, right? 1.07, I think.
So that's the first thing, which is kind of essential to the whole plan. Next would be to hold off on the renovation of the firehouse. Either hold off until next year's budget, or if the federal rescue money comes in and it's eligible, we can use that this year for it.
Correct.
Next would be to not do the additional funding, the 87,000 for the library, which was that kind of that makeup for the money that they missed out on last year.
Right, so we're not gonna do that. We're gonna let them take it out of their reserve.
That part of it, they would get the 841.
And we're just gonna do the 841, and with their 87 in their reserve, then they'll meet their goal.
Right. And then the last one is the 5,600 for the wildlife rehab clinic.
And where did that come from? I didn't look at that one. Brief explanation, anybody?
I think it came from the town manager's office.
Wasn't that a special appropriation?
There's a special appropriation request, and we're required to forward them to the council. Because they
We're
can only
talking ducks? What are we talking here? What are we talking here?
You like hunting, right? You gotta keep the population up.
The duck population?
Yeah.
All right, listen, we got a long night here. All right, I'm okay with all this. I just want to make a few comments. Yeah, the commercial tax rate. Remember, I'm a fan of the single tax rate, and that may rear its ugly head again the next year and a half. Commercial properties only pay 5% of the town's revenue. Is that correct, Chris? Christine?
I'd have to go back and look.
Approximately? Okay, we'll have to go look at that.
Yeah.
Now, the homestead provided 10% off your assessment. So approximately, if you have a $400,000 assessment, you get $40 off your tax bill. You only got to get assessed for $360,000. That's the way that works.
Correct.
We were limited because the Rhode Island General Assembly, in their vision, limited us to that. And that was the first time that's ever happened, because all their constituents and all their relatives and everybody they know have vacation homes in Narragansett. So God forbid we can't raise taxes on somebody who has a second home in Narragansett. So that's why that happened. So I'd be more than happy to go back to General Assembly this year and ask for a 20% homestead to punch up that savings for year-round residents. Now, a total property tax increase this year over year, is 2% over last year. Is that correct, Chris? Yeah, well, it's correct. Just under. So if you calculate that your property taxes went up 13%, that means you're 9% over than what you should be charged for your property taxes. So what you need to do is go to a tax review board, go through the process, and if it's shown that your property, assessment is too high, they will make an adjustment. And it's from July 1st. I think it's the drop dead date is September 28th before you can get that requested. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Go ahead, Susan.
I just have a couple more things too I wanted to say. One was, do we need to make a decision on the 12,000 for the fire matching funds, Chris? Was that something that we needed a decision on? Because we just sound like we agreed, you got a consensus of what we just listed out, but we forgot about that one particular one. And then, so that we want to just put on the side for a sec. And the other thing is, I'm always happy to say publicly when I agree with Stanley. And the infrastructure, the roads are something that, we spent 17 million on a bond in Narragansett to improve the roads. We're almost done with the money, and we still have many roads to go. There's some state funding, federal funding coming in on infrastructure. And I'm just urging, the manager and the departments to look at what Stanley said in some way, to take some money to help and improve the roads in Narragansett, whether you're working with the state roads that are in Narragansett or town roads, because people really care about that. And I know that I've had a couple of things on personally on improvements of the road, and I just want to do a plug and say I agree with Stanley if we can figure out a way to do it internally in the town, or wait for that money, but make it a priority.
All right. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. So that was one item that we didn't go around.
Yeah, that 12,000 matching funds, right?
Yep.
Right.
And that means that they would pay 12 and we do 12, right? Is that what you mean by the matching, right, Chris?
Well, currently there's 8,000 in there, and Chief Partington's here. So I think it was 8,000 and they're going to match another 8,000, but he wanted to bring it up to 20, and they would be matching 20,000 for a total of 40. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes, Chris, that's correct. So we were asking for 8. Originally it was 8. I asked for additional 12.
which would bring it up to the 20. And we did cut, just so we did cut the $2,500 for professional services because this person would be fulfilling some of that role in professional services. So it's really a net of $9,500, you could say. And then I did speak with Rhode Island EMA on that. I'll be submitting the EMPG grant request this coming week for matching funds. So I don't know for sure if those matching funds will be available, but they have been very cooperative in matching funding for personnel support in EMA. So they did sound very favorable as far as being able to match that.
I can support that. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chief. All right, so Susan, you're fine with that, funding that. Eva?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Deb?
Absolutely.
Patrick?
What was that matching for? Run that by me again.
Oh, sorry. That's for his emergency management staff support. Go ahead, Chief. I didn't realize you were on. Go ahead.
Yes, no, that's okay. That is for emergency management support for staffing. So essentially, it would fund help to fund part-time EMA specialist staffs for areas of plan reviews. For instance, we're engaged now in an EOP revision project. We need to update our continuity of operations planning. We need to update shelter management planning. Not only that, we need to exercise all of those plans. There just hasn't been enough time in the day for
Is
myself.
this all federally mandated or state mandated items?
It's a requirement through around EMA that you update your plans in order to be able to.
How often is that?
The EOP plan has. We haven't updated our EOP plans since 2010 officially.
Right.
So it's been well overdue. We currently don't have a COOP plan in effect.
Right.
Townwide.
Okay, so this is a one-time disbursement.
Well, it's all funding dependent. So we can essentially put whatever we want into that budget item
And then they'll
support
match.
our activity. They will, or they generally will support that up to a certain amount. Yep.
Understood. Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, Patrick, does that work for you?
Sure.
Okay.
Gotta have that plan. Gotta have the plan.
Okay, that's fine with me as well. All right, so Chris, is it clear to you what we have in terms of approved?
Yeah, let me just go down quick if you don't mind. So we're okay with the unassigned fund balance. The firehouse, we're going to either push it out a year or try to use either the one of the two federal packages. The library transfer of 87,000. We're going to reduce their transfer by that amount and keep it at the 841,103. Wildlife rehab is okay to fund at 5,600, and the fire position is okay to increase by 12,000 to bring it to the 20,000.
Got it. Nicely done.
Thanks.
Okay, great. So with that, Chris, anything else that we need to know?
Just what I want to bring up just quickly, the fund balance, unassigned fund balance was at 11% last year.
Oh yeah, that was.
We were at a low, and but with the tight budgets we've had for the last 2 years, the union's not taking an increase. We didn't fill a few positions, and we had the 2.8 back, so that really jumped us up. We had two good healthy years. So
right.
That's it.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thanks to you and Jim again for all the work you guys do on this, and to the departments for being as reasonable as possible on your budgets and trying to come as close to level as you could. So is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Make a motion to close the public hearing on the budget. Susan Cicilline Banana.
I'll second.
Seconded by Eva. All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Banana, aye.
Eva?
Aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved, 5-0. Next, we have a motion to open and hold a public hearing on a proposed resolution amending the official list of parking restrictions and regulations in the town of Narragansett in accordance with the Narragansett Code of Ordinances to permit parking on the south side of Conant Ave, the north side of Pilgrim Avenue, and the south side of Louise Avenue from 5:01 a.m. to 8:59 p.m. daily, and to receive and place on file a petition requesting a public hearing. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to open the public hearing. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Second, Eva.
All right, seconded by Eva. All right, so the public hearing is open. So this is really kind of, well, this is required. So I'll say the public hearing was required because of a petition that was submitted by, I think it was 27 or 28 residents. We have already done a first reading of this ordinance. And then later tonight, we have on the agenda the second reading of the ordinance. Before we start, I do want to make a comment just to kind of set the tone for tonight. I know it's going to be a long public hearing. There was a letter that went out to residents of Narragansett, specifically Great Island, with the, I guess, alluding to this idea that the town council was considering some changes to parking on Great Island. I want to be clear that that has not happened. That topic has never been discussed by this council at all. And if anyone in this council remembers differently, you can say that, but I don't remember that ever happening. Whether it's been in a meeting or social media or anywhere, we haven't discussed it. We haven't considered it. It's basically never come up. So if you plan on speaking tonight, we appreciate it if you stick to the topic, which is parking on these avenues, because Great Island is not part of this discussion and has never been. So I'll start with that. Any council members have anything they want to say before we go to the public?
No, I just want to say, we have spent a lot of time working on this, and I know we've had a lot of communications, and it's a tough decision because we want access and we want to protect and take care of the neighborhoods. And so I just want the people to know, because we've had a lot of, communications, that we all are there because we care about their families and the neighborhoods, and we care about having access to the ocean. So we have to balance that. And whatever happens tonight, we will be diligent in watching over it to make sure that, we keep our promises as far as wanting both. And so I think it's possible. And some of the emails, I was kind of surprised at some of the communications, and I just, want people to have some faith. And I think that we've balanced it pretty well. So we'll see.
Susan, Eva?
I don't have any comments at this time.
Okay. Deb?
I don't have any comments either.
All right, Patrick.
No comment.
Great. All right, we're going to go to the public. We do have a lot of hands up already. We want to make sure we could get through this full meeting tonight. So I am asking the public to do your best to keep your comments to 3 minutes so that everybody has a chance to speak. And we give everyone kind of the equal opportunity there. So Dan, who do we have first?
First is John Mancini.
Hello, John. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Certainly. John Mancini, that's spelled Mancini. I'm an attorney with offices at 56 Pine Street in Providence, Rhode Island.
John, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Solicitor. Mr. President, members of the board, good evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. I did have a chance earlier today to forward to you a correspondence essentially addressing some of the concerns and comments regarding this ordinance. I will be short because I know that there's a significant amount of individuals who want to speak. So I just want to highlight a couple of key points. In my correspondence to you, I essentially addressed some of the concerns, and I do represent a group of neighbors who live specifically on Conant Avenue, Pilgrim Avenue, and Louise Avenue. And so these comments and these concerns are specific to those neighbors and to their rights as they're affected by this ordinance. And you're going to hear this evening about the issue of public safety. You're going to hear this evening about the issue of access and beach access. My sole goal, as I was engaged, is to look at the legality of the ordinance in which you're seeking to pass. I did earlier in the month of April ask the town for certain records pursuant to the Access to Public Record Act to try to determine what documentation the town looked at, reviewed in order to develop a rational basis for which they believe the ordinance meets the goal of beach access. And unfortunately, I don't believe that I found anything substantial or anything that I think would make the nexus between the beach access and the ability or the willingness to preclude parking. And that's going to be a discretion basis, and that's something that you'll discuss with your residents. But where I want to focus in on and where I brought up specifically in my letter on page 3 is Rhode Island general laws and specifically case law. Rhode Island law, which has addressed the issue similar to the ordinance in which you're enacting. And I refer the council to Wolf versus the City of Providence, which is a Rhode Island Supreme Court case. It was entered in 1950 by the Rhode Island Supreme Court. It's still good law today. And I think it's very, very applicable to the ordinance that you have before you. And why I believe it is applicable is because when you look at the roadways, which are the subject of your ordinance, those roadways are non-conforming roadways. What I mean by that is that if someone were to plot them today, they would not be legally permitted to do so because they don't meet your subdivision regulations, specifically Section 13 of the town subdivision regulations. The roadways that you have there are essentially between 18 feet and 20 feet. They're not adequate, they're not appropriate, they don't comply with your current ordinances. So essentially, if you allow for parking and you dismiss the no parking that has been in place since 1970, what you're doing is you're obstructing access. You're obstructing property owners' rights to travel up and down the roadway. Aside from emergency vehicle apparatus, I'm talking solely by the residents and the neighbors in that neighborhood and neighbors in that neighborhood and their ability to travel up and down the roadway. And the Rhode Island Supreme Court has identified that exact issue in Wolf versus City of Providence. And it states, and I read, an abutter is entitled to legal redress if a use permitted by a municipality practically closes the street. Any unreasonable or unauthorized obstruction of a street is a nuisance per se. And this is so even if the nuisance is caused by a municipality. In this state, a municipality may permanently close or abandon the street only after a formal proceedings of a semi-judicial nature in accordance with the law. In essence, our position is that by allowing parking along the shoulders of these rights of way, what you're doing is you're obstructing the right of way. And I have not seen anything in the documents that were presented to us by way of the Access to Public Record Act that shows that these roadways were surveyed, that shows that there was a review by the Public Works Department, that shows there was a review by fire and police, that shows that there was a review by planning, or that shows that there was a review by DEM. Those, I think, are important issues to determine whether or not this ordinance anyway impedes, impairs, or affects the owner's ability to access not only their properties, but their right to travel up and down those roadways. And so you have a very difficult task in front of you, and you know that. You've said it previously before you start the public hearing. You need to balance ocean access with these neighborhoods in this particular neighborhood and their rights to access those roadways. And I think the problem that is before the council, unfortunately, is the narrow effect, or I should say the narrowness of these roadways and the effect it has on people's ability to access their property. And I think that before you enter a vote or review this ordinance or decide to vote on it, I think you should strongly ask your solicitor to review the cases that I've mentioned in my correspondence, most important of which is Wolf versus the City of Providence, and also August versus Monticello and Montella versus Mancini, which has no relations to me. It was the former mayor of the town of North Providence, who was sued in 1987 for a very similar issue. So this issue is not one of first impression for you. there is some guidance, there's some specific case law and some specific statutes that you have to look at. And in some, I think that the reason that this ordinance does not pass legal grade, and I believe would be deemed illegal, is because when you take it in conjunction with all of the circumstances surrounding it, I could very easily see a court determine that this is an obstruction, and it's an obstruction of property owners' rights to access A, their property, and B, that public right of way. So with that, Mr. President, I really appreciate your time. I know you have a heavy task before you, but I ask that you weigh the evidence accordingly, that you consider the neighborhood's argument, and that you consider what you can do within your purview as the legislative body. You know, I want to leave you with this. You understand very clearly that being a legislative body and whatever ordinance you pass has a presumption of legality. But that presumption of legality is not purely immunity, meaning that it doesn't always stand up in court. And what usually enables a claimant to defeat the presumption of legality is abuse of discretion, is lack of due diligence, and is and finally a determination of not balancing the equities. And the equities means the law with the public interest. And you have a balancing act before you. So with that, I appreciate it. Again, finally, Mr. President, I did submit a correspondence asking on behalf of my clients if you would be willing to move item 32 from the end of the agenda to the beginning, so that at the conclusion of the public hearing, you would allow determination in front of the public so as to not to allow them to wait to the very end. But I leave that to your purview, obviously. So again, I thank you, members, and I appreciate your time and your effort.
Thank you, Mr. Mancini. Actually, one question for you while we have you here. Well, one thing is I do plan on making a motion to move that item up after the public hearing. That way we can get on with that, and everyone who's on the meeting tonight won't have to wait through the whole thing.
Thank you.
But one question about the precedent that you're citing in your letter for that case, the Wolf case.
Yep.
What was the width of that road in Providence?
Well, the interesting thing is, Providence sought to eliminate the Promenade Street and access from Francis Street to Promenade Street, and they sought to put in place there a rotary. They passed it. The court clearly saw that they had the right to do it, but what they failed to do was to balance the rights of the abutters to have access, and essentially they obstructed the access to Promenade Street. So there, it wasn't so much an issue of width. The question was, what is the obstruction? And the obstruction was the termination of Promenade Street, causing a rotary to be implemented such that it affected access, the abutters' access to roadways. The issue here is going to be whether or not allowing parking on the shoulders of these roadways will be such that it obstructs the inhabitants of that area, the travelers to and from that area, and their ability to do so. If it does, then the question will be, is it such an obstruction that it essentially deems the ordinance to be illegal? That's the issue I think you have to look at. And my concern, Mr. President, is that you haven't done the due diligence to discern it. You haven't done a survey. You haven't asked the planning board to determine whether or not the width is appropriate. And you haven't decided what happens to property owners who own lots on those roadways, which will now be covered by cars that won't allow them ability to access their lots in or out. Those are the issues they need to balance. And I think it's premature to vote on this motion or this ordinance if you haven't done that.
Thank you. So it does seem like a much different case, adding a rotary as opposed to adding parking on a 20-foot wide road. So thank you. Who do we have next, Dan?
Next is Dina D.
Hello,
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Dina. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Thank you. My name is Dina DeRusso. I live at 18th Avenue.
Can you spell your last name, please?
D-I-R.
Dina, you broke up. Can you spell your last name again, please?
D-I-R-U-Z-Z-O.
Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Resident of the town and who lives in the Point Judith neighborhood, I ask the council to reject Modi 2. Allowing parking on narrow streets in a residential area is a safety hazard to the residents, including children, pedestrians, bikers, and the elderly. The existing no parking signs are there for a reason, where streets are narrow and have soft shoulders. Emergency vehicles and buses need to be able to pass, but will be unable to if cars are parked on the narrow streets all day long. The nuisance this will cause will be unjust to the residents and quality of life. If there is an emergency in our neighborhood and the rescue and fire trucks can't gain access, someone could die due to inaccessibility. We have the best police department and fire departments with exceptional training, yet if they are unable to access an emergency, all their training and passion and dedication is useless. How will the town explain something that could have been avoided? This 2-year discussion boils down to safety of ways. Right-of-ways have never been blocked to the public in the Point Judith neighborhood. With this said, social media posts have demonized hardworking residents and wrongfully and unjustly accused innocent people for doing so. I'm appalled at this behavior of those who are residents and non-residents have accused innocent, socially responsible professionals on social media of blocking coastal access. It is a great insult. The fact the town has not done their due diligence to support the residents and the Point Judith neighborhood is embarrassing on their count. With this motion and ordinance, if it is passed, it is unbalanced. You have not listened to the residents. Discount hundreds of emails and suggestions for the council and many phone calls from residents who are against this motion due to safety reasons cannot be dismissed. Again, for safety and quality of life, I'm urging council to not pass motion number 32.
All right, Dan, who do we have next?
Next is AMK Waters.
Yes, good evening. Anne Marie Colleen Waters at 27 Central Avenue in Narragansett.
Hi, would you please raise your right hand? Do
Yes,
you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do. So help me God. I have a 3-minute statement prepared, but before I start, I just want to acknowledge that I do realize how difficult your jobs are here. That being said, I want to make an appeal to you to create the possibility that you might explore other solutions to this parking situation, and yes, perhaps even change your minds. Please consider my words because I believe there's another way to solve this problem by putting parking on Ocean Road. Of all the people in our country, less than 1% enter the water for reasons other than swimming on a sandy beach. And that 1% is not concentrated in the Northeast. The majority of people, 99.9%, will enjoy their coastal access by walking by it, jogging, running, strolling, and cycling, with a stop at the access points to gaze out at the sea. The idea of cramming our idyllic coastlines of Narragansett with 5,000-pound mounds of metal and electronics everywhere we look is something that, if it has any success, will be serving less than 1/10 of 1% of the public. The vast majority of citizens and visitors enjoy the whole coastal environment to which we all have been entrusted. What we do with that trust is really what's in question here. We, the citizens of Narragansett, have a choice to make. Do we allow the cars and the traffic and the popularity and modernization of our town destroy our beautiful, serene treasures, or do we protect them? Rhode Island and the entire East Coast is littered with once idyllic seaside communities from Atlantic City to Niantic and the Cape and beyond. where the town did not do enough to maintain the natural environment while the town grew. Block Island today does not even allow us to drive a motorized vehicle down to the water. Forget about parking. You can't even drive by many of the areas. You're not allowed to take a moped or a car down along the coast of Block Island. Are we really setting up a plan to cram parking into every nook and cranny around our town? So when someone goes for a walk, instead of saying, oh, there's a bunny, there's an osprey, we say, oh, is that the new Porsche SUV? The water isn't the only beautiful thing about our town. It's the quietness, the nature, the sandy sides of the little streets. Cramming these places with cars and traffic is like a nightmare. It reminds me of the Joni Mitchell, You Paved Paradise and Put Up a Parking Lot. That was from 1970. In summary, Ocean Road is a double yellow 2-lane road with plenty of parking along its west side. It is a state road. The state will pay for it, and it's in need of an overhaul. I've communicated with our state representatives, and they say that all they need is a request from you to get it done. Do not pave Paradise to put up a parking lot. This past weekend, there were surfers and walkers, people parking along Ocean Road safely already because there's parking legally there. Let's make a decision to cherish and protect this fragile coastal treasure with which we have been entrusted. Vote to put the parking on Ocean Road for the best way to make everyone happy and not just the 1% of 1%. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Michael Bialik.
Hi, this is Mike Bialik, and I'm a homeowner at 9 Baldwin Court.
Michael, would you please state your full name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Michael Bialik, B as in boy, I-A-L-E-K.
And I'm sorry, would you state your address one more time?
9 Baldwin Court.
And would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I surf and I fish off of the avenues, and have done so for the past 30 years. I've enjoyed surfing with my 2 boys who learned to surf off Connet. And by the way, parking, when there is a swell, as you probably know, there is parking along the side, but cars pass easily. There's enough room for an emergency vehicle. But those times that I spent surfing with my boys was wonderful. And up until recently, parking was not an issue for us. I suspect this survey that we're going to do will show that the roadways are probably even wider than they seem to be as you look at them. But now I'm 71 years old, and while I can still surf, it would be impossible for me to walk a few blocks with my longboard, as proposed by the Calif owners. It's so ironic to see the state's official access right-of-way sign, along with the Narragansett Surfcasters adoption sign, with the no parking on either side sign at Calif Avenue, at Connet Avenue, right by the steps that lead into the ocean, steps that were created and maintained by taxpayer dollars. For the past 30 years, and until recently, the Calif neighborhood was, I guess, undiscovered. Now, with homeowners investing substantial dollars in these properties, many of them second homes, their wealth raises expectations of privilege. Their wishful thinking of exclusive de facto community, gated community, leaves those from the north end of town, the pier, and elsewhere in Narragansett locked out. Parking restrictions exclude 99.9% of the voters and their families from the access of the waters off Connet and Pilgrim. It's pretty disgraceful if that happens. Thank you.
Mike, Dan, who's next?
Next is Nate Merrill.
Yeah.
Hello, Nate. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Nate Merrill, Merrill, 186 South Whedon Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island.
Nate, would you please raise your right hand? Do you
Yes.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is a good ordinance change. It's been getting harder to get to and enjoy the coast of Rhode Island. Exclusive parking restrictions have been popping up everywhere. And why is it always within a quarter mile of the coast? Homes in these neighborhoods near the water are being built up rapidly right next to public space, the coast, and all the public accesses. Then restrictions pop up to make it harder for everyone to get down there and do what they've been doing for years. Thank you for making these sensible changes and helping keep at least this part of Narragansett's shoreline an accessible public space going forward. The town and state will be better for it, so thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Dan, who's next?
Next is Jimmy Blackenly.
Hi,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Yeah, Jimmy Blakeney, Blakeney, 77 Kenyon Ave, Wakefield, Rhode Island.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you
Yes,
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So thanks for taking my call. Obviously, I don't live in Narragansett, but I think this issue transcends just the Narragansett area because, this is a constitutional issue. And the fact that we have this enshrined in our Constitution is something we should be extremely proud of and we should cherish. It sets us apart. It makes Rhode Island a unique example. It makes it a place that we know we can go, people know they can go and enjoy the coastline. And that right of way, each one of these right of ways is a right for all of the people in the state to be able to access and enjoy. And what is access if you have no ability to actually go there and park and be able to access it? And I just think that this is such an important issue. And I just strongly support the fact that these parking areas will be created. And I fully expect it to respect the roadways and the ability for vehicles to pass. And I think anyone suggesting otherwise is not being really truthful. So with that, I'll leave it at that. And thank you for your time.
Jimmy. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Avon Durfee.
Hello, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Hello, Avon Durfee, Durfee, 221 Sunnybrook Farm Road.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
In early March of 2021, a small group of 29 people signed a petition to open this public hearing and delay the vote to increase parking in Point Judith yet again. I created a petition of my own. My petition has almost 500 times more signatures than the one that opened this public hearing. My petition reads as follows. The constitutionally guaranteed right to access the ocean is being taken away from Rhode Islanders. Narragansett has 13 public rights of way designated by the Coastal Resources Management Council. At some of these rights of way, parking has been eliminated due to pressure from private landowners near them, especially in Point Judith. If this trend is not reversed, access to the ocean will only be for the 1%. Those are the words of my petition that was signed by over 12,525 people. Continuing on, those 12,000 people and I are petitioning the Narragansett Town Council to provide free public parking at all public rights of way in Narragansett, to survey all rights of way to stop the encroachment of private property, to protect, clean, and develop the infrastructure around each right of way, and to look into purchasing more space for the public to access the ocean. For example, if there's developable property of free space for the public, the town should put it in their budget to buy it and develop it through the land trust. These places could include Rose Nullman and Camp Cronin. For years in Narragansett, there has been parking for surfers in Point Judith. Surfers would park in front of empty lots, not in front of people's houses. all water enthusiasts alike are the most respectful people when it comes to protecting the ocean, the environment, and other people's privacy. It was only up until a few years ago that no parking signs were erected. The problem emerged only when the residents of these Point Judith neighborhoods gentrified the area and complained to the town about what surfers have been doing for decades. This is when the citizens got free parking taken away. And through this parking amendment, we are only given back half of the original parking we had. This amendment, however, is a good compromise for both sides and has been researched in full. This issue of coastal access is prevalent all across the globe. Everywhere you look, the rights of the public are being diminished, and this is the first town council in the area to stand up against this negative trend. Other local towns will follow suit in a domino effect if we set the historic precedent here and now to finally hear the needs of all Narragansett residents and Rhode Islanders to increase coastal access. My father owned one of the largest parcels of privately owned beach in the state, and my family has never blocked access once, and we have no intention of doing so. I wish others would be like that. The ocean is for everyone to enjoy, regardless of demographics. The historic decision that will be made tonight will set the precedent for the future. Now, in my petition, I said that if parking is completely eliminated at rights of way, access to the ocean will only be for 1%. Over 3,000 people who signed my petition denoted that they were from Narragansett or Rhode Island. The 29 individuals who signed the petition back in early March to open up this public hearing are truly that 1% compared to the 3,000 local water enthusiasts who are in support of this parking amendment. The 1% of dissenters who keep pushing this decision down the road do not represent the needs of the people. When I speak during these town council meetings, I don't speak on behalf of just myself. I speak on behalf of the 12,525 people who signed my petition and are fighting for coastal access right along with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Alice.
Hello, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Alice Voloski, Valoski. My address is 38 Caleb Avenue.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. I just want to say that I've owned up my property in that area for a very long time. It is a very small and modest house, and I've never seen people blocking access to the right-of-ways. I actually helped to have one of the seawalls in the right-of-way repaired after Hurricane Sandy. So I'm not trying to block anybody, but I do have a concern about safety as a resident there. And I think it's imperative that emergency vehicles, ambulance, and fire trucks, and I know you've heard this before, but I question whether you've done your due diligence to see whether or not they can really navigate. Because I've been there when they've tried to get down there when there's two cars. In an emergency, minutes make a big difference, and the outcome can be life or death for a person. My other concern is that if you do make changes, I'm hoping that you have or you will consider the resources, which will cost money, that would be necessary to support the changes that are made to ensure the safety of the community. The Point Judith area where my house is has really become much more densely populated. Many more houses have been built, and the councils in the past have approved those. They weren't randomly just built. So with the size of the roads, will there be adequate police to control the traffic, the speeding, the noise, protection of private property, tailgating, and what all other things come when large numbers of people go to an area that can facilitate that many people? I can share that once when I was trying to get to my house, and it happened once, I was trying to get to my home when I was stopped at Aunt Carrie's because there were too many people in that area. I guess people going, there was a storm and a swell and people going to the lighthouse. I, as a resident who lived there, should always be able to access my house. And then lastly, and I think a previous speaker talked about it, is the beauty of the area that is there now. All of the wildlife, the plants, the wetlands, the quietness. How does that all change? And do we lose some of the beauty of Narragansett? The beauty that attracts people to come there, to vacation there, to live there. Thank you.
You, Alice. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Dave Prescott.
Hello, would you please state your full name, last name, and provide your address?
Sure thing. Dave Prescott, Prescott. My address is 91 Laurel Road in Charlestown.
Dave, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. Tonight I am speaking on behalf of Save the Bay as my role as a South County coastkeeper. Since our beginnings in 1970, Save the Bay has been committed to improving public access to all 400 plus miles of coastline. Our primary vision is swimmable, fishable, healthy waters that are accessible to all. Since 2014, Save the Bay has been assessing all 226 plus CRMC designated rights of way every couple of years. One glaring issue at a large number of access points around the state is the lack of adequate parking. In fact, during our last assessment, nearly 50% of all CRMC designated rights of way lack parking. Parking is a fundamental need for coastal access. Coastal access without parking is not access. Save the Bay strongly supports the proposed ordinance to address the need for parking on Conant, Pilgrim, and Louise Avenues. We commend the town for taking this leadership role within the state to improve shoreline access for the public now and for all future generations. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Dave, Dan, who's up next?
Next is Diane Hassett.
Hi.
Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Last name Hassett. Address 8 Schooner Cove Lane, Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I have two comments. My first comment was I found it, as a resident of Narragansett, disconcerting that a group of residents would hire an attorney to cite case law that may not be applicable to the circumstance, and in a roundabout way sort of threaten a lawsuit to the council members who just want to do the right thing, because what about the rest of Rhode Island that didn't hire an attorney for that? So, I know the council members, no one's an attorney, so you can't rebut a case law or a case that, may not be directly relevant. And it strikes me as a little bit of a scare tactic, and that's sort of disconcerting. So that's my first comment. And then my second comment is, I hear this conversation about 1%. And it seems like the 1% privileged enough to, live in front of these coastal access points are citing safety concerns as a guise to prevent parking in that neighborhood. But, you know, I walk in that neighborhood and run in that neighborhood, and I see like construction vehicles and I see like lawn care vehicles. And you know, to say it's a safety concern, like those vehicles are much larger than, you know, a sedan or whatever would park there next to coastal access. But I don't think those homeowners would consider, you know, those construction vehicles or lawn care maintenance vehicles posing a safety hazard. So I think it's a little bit disingenuous to say that, you know, those vehicles aren't safety hazards, but for regular Rhode Islanders who want to access the coastal points by parking in that neighborhood, all of a sudden it's a much more dire safety hazard. So some cars are safety hazards, but others are not. So those are my two comments. I want to express to the council that I support the change in the parking ordinance.
Thanks, Diane. Okay, Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Sunny.
Hello, Sonny, would you please state your full name and spell your last name and provide your address? We can't hear you.
Sonny Albanese, 35 Kingsley Avenue, North Kingstown.
Could you spell your last name, please,
yeah.
for the stenographer?
I'm
Hello,
sorry.
could you please spell?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello? Could you?
Yeah.
We
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Can you spell your last name, please?
Albanese, Albanese.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear
Yeah.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Okay. Hello?
Yes, you please. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, it does look like Mr. Mancini. It looks like the town is headed for a lawsuit if this passes. But the town should consider something. I mean, I was a resident in that town. We had property in that town for over 50 years, paying taxes. And the thing is, I know that was that's always an issue. The rights of the residents who live and have houses there and want their privacy. And then you have the other side where you have people that need access to the water. So consider something in LA. If anyone's seen pictures of the city streets in LA on the internet lately, they're loaded with tents. Okay. Now, you ask why doesn't the town just, you know, clear those streets of the tent city? They made it a tent city. And the reason is the court ruled if you don't have any other place for these people, you have to provide a place. And that's why they're there, because the court said you have to provide a place for them. The same thing holds here. If you have no, because the same thing happens in North Kingstown with the rights of way. We have little rights of way, and we have the residents putting up their own no parking signs to prevent people from using the rights of way to get into the water. I mean, you have some residents that on rights of way chasing people off of the beach who pull up in a dinghy. I mean, I know there's a balancing act with privacy and rights of way, but look, you have to provide some sort of access for everybody to this water. And why not consider something, some kind of shuttle service to these areas? I mean, you guys seem to be throwing money around a lot. Just a shuttle service. That way you protect the people's right. Because look, when my family had the house right near the water in Narragansett, paying taxes. I was a taxpayer for over 60 years. When people would pull up to park, it's not only that they pull up and park. I mean, you got sometimes they're not the kind of people you want seeing get out of cars and making a lot of noise and blah blah. I can understand the residents' position, but I can also understand the access issue. So provide an area, because Mr. Mancini, you go bring this to court on the town, and if they don't have, a place to provide access, you're gonna lose. So consider a shuttle. That's all I have to say as a taxpayer. Yeah.
Sunny. All right, Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Dolores Zampa.
Hello, Dolores, would you please?
Yes, my name is Dolores Zampa, and I live at 51 Caliph Avenue, Narragansett.
Would you please spell your last name?
Z as in zebra, O-M-P-A.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
My statement is brief. I certainly oppose the motion that is in hand. I have owned my home since '93. Since July of this year, I am now a full-time resident, so I have had an opportunity to really see what the parking situation is here. And I know the motion at hand is to provide parking and have access to the waterway, but I can tell you that the waterways, the right to the waterways are now being restricted by surfers or people that are trying to use the water, and they're parking in the right of way. Secondly, I spent this morning with a garbage bag walking down the street and picking up trash that apparently was left by people surfing or accessing the water this week. I noticed on Nichols, where I thought that there was supposed to be no parking, there were a number of cars parked there, and the roadway is extremely narrow. I could not even drive down it, and they made a mess of the road. I'm just stating the facts. There are safety issues at hand. People have stressed that. We've reiterated it a number of times. And I just cannot stress enough that you please review everything. Please come down here on days when the streets are really crowded with cars. My other concern is in the summertime when Aunt Carrie's and Iggy's and the other restaurant that's supposed to be opening, when people come down here to access those restaurants, if we have additional parking on our side streets, it's going to be horrendous, and we will not be able to access our homes. Thank you. I have nothing else to report.
Thank you, Dolores. Dan, who do we have up next?
Next is Harry Schofield.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Can you hear
Harry,
me?
Harry, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Harold Schofield, 9 Atlantic Avenue, Narragansett. I want to speak up and
Harry, excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off, but would you please spell your last name for the stenographer?
Schofield.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'm going to speak up in support of the residents of the Point Judith neighborhood. This is yet another case of out-of-town interest interfering with the rights and the quality of life of Narragansett residents. It's no different than the student rental issue, which has eroded, neighborhoods for a different purpose. As Attorney Mancini said, you just have to drive down those streets as I have to see that they're narrow, and safety will be an issue with cars parked to the degree that you're proposing. And those cars will be parked there most of the day. This is different from a work vehicle, which goes, does its job, and leaves. And you know, a lot of the callers tonight and one of the members of this council have made this a class warfare issue. Yes, people have built really nice houses down there, made big investments, and they're valuable properties. And that has substantially improved the look of the area and the feel of the area over the last 20 years compared to the seasonal cottages that were there 20, 30 years ago. These people deserve your protection just as much as these out-of-town surfing and other influencers that are calling in tonight say that they deserve access. No one deserves unfettered access to the coast, irrespective of private property ownership. And so this is a red herring. And should we have good coastal access? Yes, I support that. But as the attorney said earlier, you have not done your due diligence on this, not with respect to safety, not with respect to the surveys he pointed out, not with respect to case law. And there are other solutions available. Again, the state of Rhode Island owns a lot of property on Point Judith. Work with them to carve out some land for parking. Look into the purchase of private land so the town can build a parking lot. And as was just suggested a few minutes ago, the simplest of all things, enable a small business person and license them to run a shuttle from the Scarborough parking lots to Point Judith. People surf all year. It's a year-round business. Sized properly, you would have a simple solution to the problem. It wouldn't tear up the lives and the rights of people who have invested heavily here in ways that have substantially improved the town and contributed greatly to the tax revenue. So I think you're making a huge mistake here. You're taking a path that amounts to a physiological, a psychological belief that everybody has a right to access the coast, irrespective of the property rights you're trampling on. So I would urge you to, as was suggested earlier by the attorney, put this off, rethink it, do more due diligence, and come up with more global solutions that are more town-wide. Because this one neighborhood is just the tip of the iceberg. And if you do it here, there are many other areas in Narragansett where similar things will come up and you'll have a hard time turning it around. So please consider this. This is a rash act on your part, and you have not studied the alternative. I see Patrick shaking his head, and he's one of the people that have made this a class warfare thing. So please reconsider it. Thank you.
Thanks, Harry. Who do we have next, Dan?
Next is Paula Darren.
Hello.
Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, provide your address, please?
Sure. Paula Darren, D as in David, A-R-I-N, 15 Pilgrim Avenue in Narragansett.
Would you please
I
raise
just
your
want.
hand?
Oh, yep,
Paula, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear
Yep.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yep. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments, echoing some of the sentiments made earlier this evening, primarily around safety. When this issue started up, I don't know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, I can remember sitting at a hearing when we were able to meet in person, and there was a presentation made by the fire chief at the time, and the police chief, I believe, was there as well. And they actually showed a video of how the fire trucks wouldn't be able to navigate the roadways with the parking. I'm not sure since that time anything's really changed on those streets. They clearly haven't been widened. And so I do believe all of those same issues exist. And I'm just curious as to why this council, some of whom sat and watched that presentation, are now thinking that it's not a safety risk. The other point that I would make is residents, unlike what many people have said here, residents don't get to decide to put up no parking signs that are binding by the police department. An analysis had to have been done, and someone had to have made a determination back in the 70s, I believe, which is when they were initially put up, that there was a reason that there should be no parking on those streets. Again, I would submit nothing's changed relative to the conditions of those streets that warranted that there was no parking. In fact, back in the 70s, as several people have pointed out, there weren't the homes that have been built since then, and they still felt that it didn't warrant parking on the streets for safety reasons. So I think despite people's desires to have access for people and parking for people, this truly is an issue of safety. And the last point that I will make is throughout the duration of these meetings where we've had these discussions, every time somebody has raised a point around understanding what the right-of-ways on the roads were, understanding what any CCRM restrictions might be, understanding any of the questions that the residents have raised, the town council has always said, and we can pull back the taped minutes to be able to say, hear the comments. Yet nothing's going to happen until we research all this. Nothing will be done until we've determined what the right-of-ways on the sides of the roads are. Nothing will be done until CCRM has had an opportunity to tell us what we can and can't do. Yet we just blindly forge ahead. And so all that I would ask is that the town council keep their commitments. And if you really feel strongly that this is something that needs to move forward, do your due diligence. Stick to the commitments that you've made to the residents, that nothing would be done until you finish doing all of your due diligence. It's the least you owe us as our representatives. Keep your word on this. Find out what the right-of-ways are. Find out what CCRM issues there are. Find out what's changed that now it's not a safety issue when 2 years ago it was. I think that those are reasonable asks. And I think that it's more than reasonable to just ask that you keep your word when you say nothing will happen until you look into these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Before we move on, I do want to set the record straight on that one, because I think Ms. Darren also stated that at our last agenda item. This council has not said that we're going to wait to implement this until additional research is done. This entire process has been about changing this parking ordinance upon passage. We haven't been on record saying that there's more research by other agencies that needs to be done for this. This is the least impactful method of doing this. No gravel, no changes to the road, strictly ordinance change. And the intention was always to move forward with it within these meetings and without other agencies being involved. So that's the truth on that matter. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Carol.
Hello, Carol. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Carol LeClaire, LACLAIR, 14 Louise Avenue,
Carol, would you please raise
Narragansett. Narragansett.
Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Would
Yes.
you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Carol.
Okay, I have 2 items to discuss about concerns that I have. I live on Louise. Our front yards are very narrow. My house has 2 existing bedrooms on the front of the house. The parking proposed by you, which begins at 5 o'clock in the morning, is certainly a hinder to people that are trying to park in my house with windows open and hearing doors bang, people shouting at each other. I feel that certainly is an imposition to anyone that lives there. And it's certainly something that we have the right to have a peaceful area to be able to sleep in our own homes. This 5 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night is not something that any of you would want done in front of your houses. I also am very concerned about the narrowness of the street. You take the cars that are parking, then you have two cars going in opposite directions. And many people from my house are pushing baby carriages, walking. We like to walk. We like to walk down to the right of ways. We like to observe. And I feel that we have to protect our rights. There are other accesses to the water. There's many places that the public can go. They have beaches on either side of us. There's state beaches. I'm sure that Rose Newman Park will be open again. Fishman's Memorial they can go to. Bondview has offered that they can park there. This is not the only option for the public to park. So I request that you please reconsider, because this is a major problem to my quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Seahorse Properties.
The name is Martin Etten, spelled E-T-T-I-N, 24 Caliph Avenue.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
For the record, let me again state my objection to the proposed amendments. I'm absolutely amazed to hear at this hearing, not to mention other statements historically made by the chairman, which are all on record, but for him to say that this is a process that we've decided to follow, and it does really impact the other departments, and we just decided to go this route, take this route and go this way. So what I've been saying from the beginning of time, and you can roll your eyes, Jesse, what I've been saying from the beginning of time is that you have not had any reports filed by the police or the fire department. There's been no traffic study, road report. There's been no reports from staff. And how you hope to enforce these regulations. And what is so disconcerting about this is that clearly by the own admission of the council members, while we appreciate the work that you have to do and the effort that you're making, that with respect, some of you don't have first-hand knowledge or the expertise to deal with these issues, and that you just go along and then make a decision based on the nuances coming out of a particular discussion at the meeting. And that's then supposed to suffice for the rest of us and accept that position. I would have liked the situation actually where I could have asked for you, put yourself under oath, Mr. Jesse Poo, and ask you questions under oath and see you handle it. But ultimately this will be done in a court of law, because this is clearly where this matter is hearing. Suffice it to say that I would like to record the following, that I think it would be in everybody's best interest, as the attorney said, not to take any decision this evening without consideration of the case law, without consideration of all the relevant facts, because I have heard nothing, absolutely nothing, under oath or otherwise, of people saying that any owner has prevented them having access to the ocean. Unless Patrick Murray's got something to add to that, I'd like to hear that also. But having said that, speaking for myself, we welcome to see people there. We love watching the surfers on the ocean. We've had occasion to help them when the kids have fallen, when we've supplied bandages and cold ice. It's a pleasure to be able to share the privilege we have of living in the ocean with everybody. So we're happy to share it. We don't want to deny anybody access, but I haven't heard of any facts or case law that suggests that access to the ocean requires that public park be made available. I may be wrong on that, but I haven't heard it. What you have heard is statements by all the owners saying, we welcome the public, we welcome the surfers, we enjoy having them there, and whether we have to clean up after them, well, it's not a terrible thing. It's as I say, it's a privilege to be able to live by the ocean and share it. And we all have our humanity and respect other people's rights too. But nobody, and certainly speaking for myself and my family, have we ever chased anybody away from our property, prevented them getting into the ocean, having access to the ocean. So unless you start adducing evidence for people who specifically under oath state that they were precluded, prevented, or somehow not allowed to enjoy the ocean by having access to it, then it doesn't exist. You have throwaway comments from people, and with respect to these sweet little college kids, who have a cause that they're trying to justify, and that's their privilege and right. But the experience that they're talking about is not the reality there. And I resent in the strongest possible terms them saying it or you saying it, that any of us have denied access to the ocean. It is, the next thing these guys are going to come along and say, but how about providing ablution facilities? Oh, maybe we need a store, maybe a little hospital clinic. It's nonsense. Everybody has a responsibility. Clearly, what the lawyer intimated that by allowing this parking will create an obstruction. The fact of the matter is this, and please take this in your deliberations. What you're asking is to sacrifice the safety and security of our streets for the convenience of a small group of people who can't make the effort to go from where they park to walk down to get to the ocean. When they come into our area and they're walking down, they're welcome. It's not our responsibility. You have some difficult decisions to make. And all I heard in the previous meetings, well, maybe this is a convenient way of dealing things. There is no such thing as concession on safety. And you wouldn't allow it for your family or for people who are your responsibility. So take your responsibilities seriously, as I hope and think you will. And we respect you as our representatives, but make sure that you're representing everybody. And if you think you're going to get some input from the people that Jesse has said can come onto the committee who's going to advise us now on a coastal access, and then at the same time say, well, they can come on to be public members of the committee, but they have to be pro-parking. Do you remember saying that, Jesse? You don't have to answer that because the record will speak to it. So what I'm saying, if you're expecting important, valuable input from those members of the committee that has been appointed, that they have to be pro-parking, then I'm afraid you have chosen the wrong people. And my advice to you, if I may give it to you, is that if you intend taking a decision this evening without having regard to the input of experts and people who understand what it means to provide legal parking, then you put yourselves at great risk into making the wrong decision about the legality of what you're doing. And I ask you to seriously reconsider, look at the information and evidence that is available for you, and refer the matter to the appropriate people who can help you make the right decision. And my belief is that in the public order, you will see your way clear to doing the right thing, because the road that you're on is the wrong road and it's going to take you down the wrong path to nowhere. So thank you for your time, and I hope you will postpone the matter and give it the due diligence that this serious matter requires. Thank you all.
Thank you, Martin. Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Joe Ghazi.
Hello, Joe. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Sure. Joe Ghazi, OZZI, 35 Caliph Ave.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Okay, thank you. As you all to the proposal to allow this destination parking on the various streets in our neighborhood, Louise, Connet, Pilgrim. As stated in all the other prior town council meetings about this subject for the past 2 probably plus years, I, along with a lot of other people who live in that neighborhood, are opposed to this, due primarily to the safety issues with respect to school buses, fire trucks, ambulances, police vehicles. You guys have heard it all before. To allow 2 normal cars to pass past each other. Forget a car and let's say a truck or a school bus that's headed in the opposite direction. If cars are allowed, there's absolutely no way an emergency vehicle can travel on the street without being obstructed. And if they're obstructed, lives are at stake. And I don't know if this is falling deaf ears or you're all sick of hearing about it or what, but if someone perishes due to an emergency vehicle not to normally travel at a normal rate of speed that emergency vehicle needs to travel at to get to a home to save someone's life, it always seems logical to me that the town's going to be held liable for it because you guys are going to pass this and this is your law, not ours. So you're going to be liable for it, the town. Why isn't the council asking the state of Rhode Island? We've all the residents have sent you email after email from the state senators saying, hey, just have your council manager email me and I can get work. I'm putting the money approved for Ocean Road. None of you people have done it. I don't understand what the holdup was. Yet none of you will acknowledge it. So, I mean, how does this parking impact the existing wetlands, especially on East Street and Pilgrim? I've heard nothing of that. You have provided no feedback, no study, nothing. And if you propose that you've done that, if you've done wetland study, I challenge that. I don't think so. You've not disclosed any such information. So likely you're going to have to feel, most likely, you're just going to have to deal with that failure on the back end of this decision. And I'm going to leave you with one very real example, okay? If cars are parked, let's say on Louise Street, that south side of Louise Street, it's mostly like tall, okay? If cars are parked up and down that street, and if, say, I want to leave my drive and drive up to Ocean, I will, in someone else's Ocean, and they're coming on Louise Street, we are now head-on. There's no way 2 cars can pass each other with a 3rd car parked on the street. It's impossible. So now what do we start backing up? Do we start onto people's lawns? I mean, it's just the entire thing is preposterous. So anyway, I hope that you've been listening to the people that pay the taxes in this town and you do the right thing and vote to oppose this. Thank you.
Mr. Ghazi, who do we have next, Dan?
We have Keith B. Kyle is next.
I'm here.
Hi, Keith. Would you state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Yes, Keith B. Kyle, 65 Inez Street, KYLE, Narragansett, Rhode Island, a taxpayer.
Keith, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
As many of you know, I've spoken in support of this ordinance and access to all of the CRMC rights of way on both Pilgrim and Connet Avenue over the past 2.5 years. I have provided the previous town council volumes of documents supporting that the CRMC access points are open and available to the public. So with that being said, I guess I'm speaking here today wearing 3 hats. I'm a resident of the town of Narragansett. I've been a surfer my entire life, and I'm also an attorney.
And I do intend to respond to Mr. Mancini's case law, which is completely misquoted. First off, as a taxpayer and a surfer, I've been surfing at those breaks since at least 1977. So that's 44, 45 years. There has never been a problem with parking. I have never encountered one single resident on any of those streets who has ever raised any issues with parking. And the fact of the matter is, until a couple of years ago, there was never any ticketing. And to my knowledge, there was never any issues with parking. There was never any safety concerns, which are being raised now by various residents ever. And so, you know, while there may be some safety issues, I think that's just something that this town council needs to balance. I don't necessarily see them. And in regard to my brother Mancini's comments, facts are stubborn things. And the case that he cited, and I haven't had a chance to look it up, but after practicing for 35 years, I've come across Wolf versus Providence before. And as I recall, that case, so that you have a factual framework, and I'm sure Mr. Davis is well aware of the case, there was a complete 100% blocking of Promenade Street in Providence. That is not the case here. He is trying to analogize that case to suggest that the parking of cars off the roadway, which I also want to say this, but I'm not saying it because I want to raise any issues regarding it or to be contentious. But all of you know, and you just have to go to our planning department to know for a fact that everybody's property within that entire area on all of those streets has somewhere between 8 and 10 feet of their lawn belongs to the town of Narragansett, not to them. And yet they've put their driveways on it. They put grass and everything else. So when cars are parked, and all surfers are very respectful of all the neighbors, respectful of each other. We pull way off to the side of the road, particularly on Louise, so that there isn't any problem with traffic and the like. So, you know, I think that the town council is doing the right thing here. There's been a lot of, which have been alarming to me, threats of legal action. But when a town passes an ordinance such as this, the review process is the most minimal scrutiny that there is ever given by a court of law. It's a rational basis test. So if there's any rational basis for the enactment of the ordinance, it's supported, and it's almost as if the town has plenary review or can take plenary action regarding such things as this. So I don't think that should be something that any of the town council members are fearful of or concerned about. I think that the town council is doing a great job to try to balance the right, not just of the people that live there, but the town residents who use that area frequently. And it's not just surfers, by the way. We have huge number of fishermen who use that area to fish and access the shore. So, and people who just want to access the shore. So I think that the town council is doing a great job balancing everything out here, and I'm fully in support of the ordinance as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Dan, who's up next?
Next is Paul Zonfrillo.
Hey, Paul, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Sure. Paul Zonfrillo, Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle.
Paul, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So a couple things, and I'll be very quick because this has been a long process here. First of all, I think if I were sitting up there in your seat, and one of the residents really did a great job, I'd ask myself, if there comes a time when there is an accident, if there comes a time when, God forbid, something happens to somebody, and really it's not about the liability of the town, I'd be wondering if I did all I could do to avoid that from happening. And, the idea that we just kind of try it and see what happens, maybe the diligence is a better way to go. And second of all, I wanted to address Mr. Durfee's comments about the 20 some people versus his, thousands of people. And I think he makes an excellent point, because, well, first of all, I don't think he quite understands that it is our right as citizens of Narragansett to petition our government for a public hearing. And some of the language that's being used against the residents of this town, you can hear it in polite terms here today, a little bit more polite, but there's a lot of mind reading going on. There's a lot of really nasty accusations about people advocating for their rights. And, this is a will of the people issue that we're able to petition our government for a second hearing. And, as far as the access goes, I thought it was interesting. He cited George's for the parking. He might want to petition his dad, because if you don't eat at George's or pay the $20 fee during the year, they're going to tow you away. And that is their absolute right to do so. That's their property rights. So in the same way that George's, enjoys their property rights and charges people to park to access the beach, I don't know, maybe we could put parking meters for 20 or 40 bucks. I don't know. That's kind of a silly thing, but, and I think the vilification of the residents and the ignoring of their real concerns, this just gives you a little taste of what you see on social media. So I would, the decision doesn't have to be made tonight. Having these, the diligence, the extra diligence that needs to be done for me, if I were sitting in your chair, I'd want to be able to put my head on the pillow at night and, not worry. So I do wish you the best of luck with your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Who do we have next, Dan?
Next is Lucia.
Hello, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Yes, my name is Lucia Ziobro, and I'm here with my husband, John Ziobro, and we own the property at 15 Caliph.
Lucia, would you please raise your right hand? Do you
Yes.
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, so help me God.
Please, please.
All right, so thank you for the chance to make a statement. I would like to actually commend Rhode Island, because Rhode Island does have public access to its shore points that are greater than the neighboring New England states. I've been a resident of Connecticut most of my life, and the opportunity in Rhode Island is wonderful. Point Judith neighborhood is not a gated community, as someone mentioned today. It's not a gated community. The public access points exist in several locations, and no roads in that area are private. The shoreline is open to everyone. I do not understand why the town council is proposing any ordinance that would work against its own residents and the advice of its own experts, its police chief, its fire department, and to consider something without any regard for public safety and without considering any alternatives, all to benefit people who do not pay taxes in the town or have elected them to the town council. So I do object to the ordinance. I agree with the Ocean Road proposal because Ocean Road is a 2-lane state highway. It does have yellow lines in the roadway. Parking there would not infringe on any property owners, since most of the west side of the road, which I'm presuming where the parking would take place, is wetlands with no homes, and the road is wide enough to accommodate traffic and emergency vehicles. Now, this Ocean Road is a simple solution and one that should not be controversial to anybody. The town council should contact the state of Rhode Island to implement this proposed solution and work to guarantee that surfers and fishermen could have parking on Ocean Road without incident, without any problems for any accidents or to bar any kind of emergency vehicles, so that the narrow streets at Conant and Pilgrim and Louise would always be protected for bikers and walkers and for everyone, as it has been since 1950. The town council needs to answer to its voters, and it needs to support its residents. It should not be succumbing to outside pressures with outside interests. Thank you.
There's also John Ziobro here. I'd like to make a statement too from 15 Caliph. Do I need to be sworn in?
Yes, you do. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and provide your address?
John Ziobro, Ziobro, 15 Caliph in Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
First thing I'd like to say is, you guys are elected officials, as am I, but not in this town. But we are soon moving to Narragansett. We're going to be full-time residents there. You're elected to represent the people of Narragansett, so you should take their interests ahead of outside interests. I don't know about you, but at 5 a.m., I'm trying to sleep. And I would really dislike it if people are parking in front of my house, slamming doors. They usually bring their dogs. You can hear them running around. That's just a ridiculous time to have cars parking along our roads there. And someone else also talked about construction and landscapers parking on the sides of the road. Yes, they do, but they're always right there. So if an emergency happens, they can move their vehicle out of the way in no time. If someone's in the water, there's no way to get them out in time to move the vehicle out of the way. They'd have to be towed, and by that time, someone could be dead. And I don't know if you've noticed, anytime the surfers do park there, they usually park off the side of the road, and those are extremely wet, muddy roads. There's mud all over the place when they pull out. Sometimes they even get stuck. And we've lived with surfers there all our lives. We've never had a problem with them. None of the landowners actually call the police on the surfers. The only time someone gets called to have them towed or ticketed is usually a school bus. I've seen a school bus have to back up one entire block in order to make a turn because they couldn't make a turn because of cars parked along the side of the road. This is a real bad idea. You really should think about it. The roads are just too narrow. Like my wife said earlier, Ocean Road is the perfect place to park. It's only a few feet away. And if people are surfing, they can't be telling us that they're too old or too feeble to walk a few hundred feet to make it to the ocean. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Dan, who do we have next?
Next, we have Ellen.
Hello, Ellen. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Ellen Bloomer, Bloomer, Marine Drive, Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'd just like to voice a few concerns I have regarding the parking on these 3 narrow streets. I ride my bike down there on a regular basis over the last 2.5 decades, so I'm familiar with the roads, and I've heard a lot tonight about the emergency equipment, fire trucks, ambulances being able to get through. And I do think that's a real concern. I didn't hear as much about the quality of life concerns. The parking starting at 5 a.m. until 9 p.m. I don't know why the town council would approve parking at 5 a.m. in a residential neighborhood. I just think that's very odd and unusual and not respectful for the residents. And then lastly, I think some people have raised some good positive solutions today and previously that I would really like the town council to take under consideration, as I think we can have a win-win or a balanced approach in this. And, people will have access to the water without impacting the residents in that neighborhood. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ellen. Tanner, who do we have up next?
Next is Matt.
Hello, Matt. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Sure. My name is Matt. Last name is Cavaco, C-A-V-A-C-O, and I'm actually stationed at the Coast Guard station there in Point Judith.
Matt, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'm currently stationed at the Coast Guard station, and I am born and raised here, both in South Kingstown and Narragansett. I learned to surf at Connet, Pilgrim, all up and down the avenues my whole life, and now have found my way back here so we could raise our child with COVID going on. And it's obviously changed since I left a few years ago. I have a master's in emergency management, and I've been listening to a lot of the safety concerns. I know a few years ago, there were some questions asked about safety concerns on the avenues. And to be honest, I can't validate them from my experience. I was in the reserves with the Coast Guard, and on the West Coast, I work for CAL FIRE. I am a fire engine operator for a wildland fire engine. So I have a lot of experience driving on narrow streets and being able to get where I need to go on roads that are tight. And to be honest, on the best day of surf out of the year, I don't see the concern to be able to get an ambulance, an engine, a ladder truck, to be able to get any sort of apparatus placed where you would need to get it placed. I understand that people need to park, that people want to park close to the surf. I understand that. But in all my years since I was a young kid, I have not seen a single day where you would not be able to place an apparatus where you would need to place it. The other concern I've seen since I have been back is that removing parking from the avenues and pushing parking to Ocean Road is almost a larger safety concern. We have people that don't realize how dangerous Ocean Road is. So we're parking them along Ocean Road. People speed on Ocean Road. They come fast into that turn at Breakwater Village, and people are getting out of their cars and walking right along that road and almost getting hit. I see it all day, every day, as I'm driving back and forth from the Coast Guard station. As cars are parked along Ocean Road, the bikers are being pushed farther into the lane, and now cars are speeding and almost hitting them along Ocean Road. So if we wanted to pull up statistics as far as how many structure fires we have along the avenues, how many medical aids we have along the avenues, compared to how many bikers we have pedaling up and down Ocean Road, I would guarantee that we're more likely to see a car striking a biker because cars were parked all along Ocean Road. So I'm a big proponent of figuring out some sort of solution to getting cars parked along the avenues. Secondly, I do sit in that station all day. And it's not just surfers. I know that we are hearing people complain about the surfers and talk about the surfers and how they are the issue. Coastal access is for everyone. It's in Rhode Island's constitution that coastal access is for everybody, and we should be guaranteed coastal access. I grew up in the state of Rhode Island. I'm a 4th generation fisherman, and my father, who is a commercial fisherman, he's getting old. He doesn't have the ability to access the coast, and sometimes he likes to just drive down to the coast and look at the ocean with my mother, and look at where he used to fish. But he can't get out of the car like he used to. Rose Nolman is a piece of private property. He can't get out and walk up that hill like you would want to, and it's closed. So to be able to drive to the end of Connet, or be able to drive to the end of Louise or Pilgrim, or be able to drive one of those areas where he can look out and see the ocean and put the car in park, that is coastal access for him. Restricting parking is restricting coastal access. They're one and the same. So I would urge you to not think of a stairway or a gate or some sort of walkway as your only form of coastal access, because not everyone's form of coastal access is the same. Restricting people's parking is restricting people's coastal access. And I could go on for this, go on about this for a while, but I know it's a long night. You guys have been here for hours, so I don't want to take up your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Dan, looks like we have a couple more hands up. Who's up next?
Colin Hines is next.
Colin, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Colin Hines, Hynes. My address is 88 Tupelo Trail in Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
A little background for some people who don't know me. My grandfather's lived here in Narragansett since the 60s. My family has lived here. My parents and I grew up here. They've been here since the 70s. And now I reside in Metuxet, currently where roads are underway being widened each year. And the things I want to point out, I'm also a licensed landscape architect. I'm a licensed arborist, and I have a minor in community planning. So I know a little bit about these things. And the things that I want to point out is I heard somebody talk about evaluating the wetlands and the concerns with parking and the influence on that. I'm going to nip that in the bud right now. The only pollution problems we have down there are related to septic systems and lawn fertilizer. And right now, Surfrider is actually going to increase their testing because right now bacteria levels are high due to those reasons. All right. So if you want to be concerned about pollution, that's the main culprit down there. Second of all, when it comes down to the parking or the safety concerns or any of this other stuff that people are bringing up, I'm not going to say the concerns are invalid. I'm simply going to point out the roads down there width-wise are substandard. They're substandard in width, and they equate to that of equal of an alleyway. All right. So if we want to really solve the ultimate issues with this neighborhood, it's an infrastructure issue, it seems like to me. In my professional opinion, the road widths down there should be somewhere between 18 to 20 feet wide minimum for local streets. That is a standard that is industry wide and well known. You can ask Mike DeLuca or anybody who's in community planning. Local street width, that's typically what you see, is around 20 feet wide. All right. And that's also printed in all the different books that you'll see on landscape architecture and any kind of traffic engineering and things of that nature. All right. So if we want to solve some of the safety issues that people are claiming, or we want to solve the parking issues, I think ultimately what it comes down to is just like in Metuxet is happening right now and other roads in Narragansett, eventually I think they need to be widened. All right. Just widen the roads, upgrade the infrastructure, and it's town property to begin with, not private. Therefore, you have the means to do it, and you're already doing it in other neighborhoods around town. So for me, that seems to be the ultimate solution to a lot of this. And if it's not, then it will reveal concerns not being as valid, because when you solve that issue, there shouldn't be any more issues around safety or parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Who do we have next, Dan?
Next, we have Casey.
Casey, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Yep. Casey Montanari, Montanari, and I live at 21 Checkerberry Trail, Narragansett.
Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand?
Yep,
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
As all of you guys know, I don't really like public speaking. I only do it when I feel like I have to. But this is an important issue. I do have one question before I have anything to say, and that is, does anyone know exactly how long parking was allowed on these roads before the restrictions went into place?
I'll just jump in real quick. It's been no parking there for quite a while, typically unenforced until it seems like the last few years, with ticketing happening.
Okay, I just wasn't sure. I've been following it, but not to that extent. I grew up, just some background on me. I grew up in Green Hill. That's where I lived with my family for years before I moved to Narragansett. And my family never had much money, so we always utilized a lot of the public right-of-ways around that area. And this seems to be a real problem throughout the whole state right now. I've been in Narragansett for over 20 years. And I prefer, rather than the town beach and those types of things, I like going down Newton Ave and down 530 Rocks and utilizing those areas that tend to be less populated too. So I think it's really important that we do protect the access for the people, whether it's because of income that they can't utilize it, or whether it's just because they're looking for that surfing spot, whatever it might be. I've sat here through this meeting tonight, and the common theme, I think, to the people that are against it seems to be the issue with safety concerns. And I think what Colin just said really sums up the solution, which would be to widen the roads. It is done all throughout town. I do reside in Narragansett as well. I'm sorry, in Metatuxet as well. And we lost footage on two sides of the street last year when we widened the roads. My neighbor's car doesn't even fit in his driveway anymore. So, I mean, things are done for the public safety. So if that's, sorry about that. If that's what needs to be done, then it should be done. And the last thing I kind of have to say is this town council seems to be all about compromise. And I think what you guys have done with restoring access on one side of the street is a good compromise and a solution to the problem. One last thing would be maybe changing the 5 a.m. start time, because I can see where people might have an issue with people going down there so early in the morning.
Thank you, Casey. Dan, who do we have up last?
Next is Dave from Clean Ocean Access.
Hello, Dave. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Yeah, hi, my name is Dave McLaughlin. I live at 3 Haskell Avenue, Newport, Rhode Island. My last name is MC capital L AUGHLIN.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight. Again, my name is Dave McLaughlin, and I'm here tonight representing Clean Ocean Access. We're an environmental organization based in Middletown, Rhode Island. While we really take a laser focus on the rights of ways on the largest islands in the Bay, we're really all in this together, and we support the efforts to establish reasonable and permanent parking for the public to enjoy the rights of ways to the shoreline for the entire ocean state. By the town of Narragansett taking a leadership action to support the constitutional right of the public to enjoy the shoreline, it's really going to send a message to our state and federal officials that we need to maintain and improve infrastructure and funds from the America Rescue Plan and put forth this to increase shoreline access for the entire state and use these resources that benefit Rhode Island, our economy, and all the residents in the near term and the long term. This isn't really a topic about surfers or waterfront property owners, fishermen, or the people of Narragansett. It's about community, and it's about taking good care of each other. What we all enjoy about the ocean, whether it's a physical experience or an emotional connection or a spiritual state of mind, we need to make sure that everyone can have the same opportunities. The people that do not live near the ocean, such as in Pawtucket and Central Falls and elsewhere in the ocean state, we need to protect their rights to access the shoreline, and reasonable and permanent parking for the public is what the local government can do to take good care of the residents of Rhode Island. I thank you for your time tonight, and I thank you for setting in motion a strategic direction for shoreline access for the ocean state.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, so that is it for public comment. So now we're going to just go around the council for some last comments, and then we can go ahead and close the public hearing. So Susan, we're going to start with you.
I have no comments right now.
Okay, Eva?
Yes, I'm just going to make I've been taking notes and just wanted to make a few comments in regards to this issue. I know a lot of the individuals that called in that were opposing, just the access to parking. We do like there's so many people that have come up to me and asked, and they're taxpayers as well, and they live in the area and they're local residents and they want access. And not just that, and I support the Constitution of Rhode Island, allowing access. I found out about those access points a few years ago. My husband grew up in, he grew up in Mississippi. I grew up in Pawtucket. We live in Narragansett. We're so fortunate to live here. And we have scooters that we like to drive around in the summer months because it's easier for us to get around. And we went on a day trip. And he said, I'm going to show you some of these access points. And I was really amazed. We went to all the access points in Narragansett, and the ones that we're speaking of. And I think they're important to be accessible. And tomorrow I'll be driving to work at 5 a.m. and I'm going to be parking in a parking lot so that I could access my workplace. And when I go to restaurants, I park, and that's so that I can access the restaurant. So to me, to access these public rights away, you need to have access. You need to have access by parking. So that's where I support it. I've made these comments before. Again, there were 29 residents that that actually signed the petition, and there's so many more, over 12,000. Like Avon Durfee had said, he started the petition. 3,000 of them, he said, were from Narragansett or Rhode Island. So those are the people that I support. We've addressed the issue of safety. We've talked about that. We've had experts calling in stating that those can be addressed. And I think one of the biggest issues here is the encroachment of abutters. And that's impeding access as well. So those are things that need to be addressed. And we talked about that in the past. We talked about doing surveys. We talked about, even talking about widening the roads. And those are things that we should be looking at. And of course, the environment is important. So keeping that in mind. I do agree with having access on making ocean roads safer. But I think it's both. We can do both. And that's the ocean road part is going to take years to do. So I think we should look at the things that we can do now as a council. And when people talk about trash, one of my agenda items is for solar powered trash compactors, which we can put in these areas. And there's also ocean cleanups that I participate. I'm also a proud member of Save the Bay. So just listening to everybody, and I do feel for the residents of the area. Those roads were there long before people had moved into that area. So I support, the residents of all Narragansett to have access, and also to all of Rhode Islanders in general. And, I do represent the residents of Narragansett, and I'm doing that to the best of my ability. So I think those are just really the comments that I wanted to comment on and bring up. And I think that should do it for me. So those, I just wanted to clarify some of those things. Thank you.
Thanks, Eva. Deb?
Eva covered most of the things that I was thinking about. I would say that I still have concerns about Ocean Road as a place for parking, and that's based on my personal experience walking down there, biking down there, trying to walk a dog. It's none of that's easy. So it's just, I live that all the time. So I just want that to be clear.
Thanks, Deb. Cool. Patrick?
Yes, I'm going to give up my time to that Susan
Orban, who's got her hand up, so we don't get into trouble that we didn't let the last person speak, come to because it always seems to happen to us. So let's let this young lady speak, and I will comment during the vote that's coming up shortly. Thank you.
All right. Dan, can you move her over, please?
Susan, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address?
Yes, my name is Susan Orban, and my address is 113 Montauk Road in Narragansett. I am the Director of Healthy Bodies.
Susan, excuse me. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you
Yes,
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I am the Director of Healthy Bodies, Healthy Minds, Washington County, and I've been waiting patiently all evening to give kudos to Chief Corrigan and to talk a little bit about CIT. It's been a very late night, and I just want to commend you for your incredible support for the CIT program. Rhode Island was one of only 4 states in the nation not to have implemented CIT. And with a grant from SAMHSA, Healthy Bodies, Healthy Minds was able to bring it to the state. And Chief Corrigan has been a real leader. And I'm so proud as a resident to have this important program in our community. It keeps our neighbors safe and it keeps our police department safe. And I'm sorry, my office is getting locked up at 11 o'clock, and I don't know if you have open forum or not, but I just wanted to say that and say goodnight so everyone could go.
All right, thank you, Susan. Thanks again to the chief. So we'll have this on public record in our public hearing.
Well, for the public record, I won't do that again. Okay.
Thank you, Susan. This is kind of the wrong section. It's good. We're good. All right, so did you want to say, Patrick, you're good. You're going to do your comments in the next?
No, let's get to the vote. Let's close this out, get to the vote, and get to bed so I can have a nice
There are
good
no more
sleep on
hands
my
up?
vote.
No more hands
No
up.
hands up, right?
All right, well, let me just, I do have a couple comments and then we'll close this out.
Okay.
And we'll do the vote. So, I appreciate everybody calling in on both sides of it. The way I look at it is that this ordinance is not in any way an anti-residence ordinance. You are for this ordinance and for the residents. Because as we know, so many of the people that go down and park in that area live in Narragansett. There's really no realistic way to go visit that area if you don't live in that neighborhood and not drive, if you live here in Narragansett. So that's the case. And we did have the petition and we had people speak against this, but my opinion, and it's always going to be an opinion, but the same way we had, bigger issues in town, like the library issue and other issues over the years, my opinion is that that group of residents is the significant minority on this issue. So I believe, and I think it's clear in my mind that there are a majority of residents that want to increase parking in areas, in this area specifically. This is a long time traditional surfing, fishing area. It's not a random neighborhood that we're going into to add parking. We're doing it because there's a history there and there's a demand there. And that's why this is something that we looked at. In terms of the safety, those roads, we can keep bringing up the idea of emergency vehicles not fitting down those roads, but the reality is that most of those roads, except for Nichols, which we have no parking, are 18 to 20 feet wide. It is technically it might be substandard, but you can park there and you can get an ambulance and a fire truck through there. And I went out and measured the road in front of my house. And I live in Edgewater, and it's about the same size. And it's completely open parking in my neighborhood, both sides of the street. We specifically made it one side of the road so that we'll never have a case where you have cars on both sides on any of those avenues. And when you take a step back and really think about this, every neighborhood I've ever lived in Narragansett throughout my life, which is Metatuxet, a small neighborhood down in the Pier, Petaquamsket, and now Edgewater, every single one has had parking available in the neighborhood. And that's the case with almost every neighborhood in Narragansett. So can you imagine if a neighborhood said, take all the parking out, and we want you to go look at adding parking to Boston Neck Road just because we don't want people parking in our neighborhood? It doesn't happen. It can't happen. These are public streets, and it's our job to make sure that people are able to, get around and park, where it makes sense on town property. So I also would say that I think it's always good to be on the same side of these issues as Save the Bay and Clean Ocean Access, especially when environmental issues are brought up time and time again on this. And they seem to be for this ordinance. So with that said, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
Do we have a second? Patrick?
Seconded
by Patrick. All in favor, starting with
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopic, aye.
And Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. And I don't know if we can move the item up before consent. I guess we could.
Or you could do open forum and then consent and then do the vote. I mean, the other people have been waiting to speak.
Why don't we just
too.
go that? We'll go that order. Will be the first item under new business.
Yeah.
All right. So public hearings are closed. Now we have open comment or open forum. So this is for any items not on the agenda. So if it was a public hearing or if it's on the agenda, save that for those items. So these are items not on the agenda. Dan, who do we have first? Please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
First is Sunny.
Sunny, please state your full name and address. Sunny, you're gonna have to unmute. We'll try one more time, Sunny.
Do you hear me now?
Yep. Full name and address, please.
I'm sorry.
Could you state your full name and address?
Oh, yeah, Sonny Albanese, 35 Kingsley Avenue, North Kingstown, Rhode Island. Yeah. So I was told that I that vote. Thanks for that vote. That was a real good vote. I feel sorry for some of the residents, but that's been going on for a long time over there. So, and all of Rhode Island needs access. That's a big problem. So what I wanted to say was, I was told not to speak on the excessive force case that I have pending against Captain Sutton of the Narragansett Police Department, and I won't. But I did want to speak about trust issues, and I brought it up before. The town pays into these trusts, and these trusts takes cases, in my particular case, 30 years, litigating it for 30 years, paying, that's taxpayers' money that went into that trust. And instead of resolving these minor issues, they turned it into litigation free-for-all for these lawyers to capitalize on. And when I talked to the head of the trust, he said all he had to do was hear from the town, and they would consider ending this matter.
All right, we're gonna move on. We can't have any sort of details in that case. So, Dan, who do we have next?
Next is Stanley Wojciechowski.
Stanley, please state your full name and address.
Dan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. I just want to bring up about 3 and 4 unrelated issue. I feel it's a terrible violation of liberty and justice for all. You just proclaim that, liberty and justice for all. You know, if you live here for 180 days, don't you qualify as a resident? I thought if you live somewhere for 180 days, it's a possibility you're a resident. I don't care whether you're a student, non-student, well, young, old, I don't care what, you know. So you're a resident, and you're entitled to liberty and justice as any other resident. Then I hear about family. Well, my grandson, his relatives have been a family here in Narragansett for over 80 years. Then his buddy, high school buddy, who he hangs around with, his family has been around here for over 100 years. So they've been family around here for a long time. You know, they can't live here. They can't live here. You know, his high school buddies and college buddies, they need a 4 or 5 bedroom for sure. And they'd like to live in their town where they always lived. This is a hometown, near the family. But, you know, you can't have these 3 or 4 unrelated. You can't put 4 or 5 guys in here, and that's kind of what, you know, not only to save money, they just like to hang around together. And they never had a stickler, and they hung around together through college. It just seems that is not the right approach. We must abandon that dumb approach based on liberty and justice for all. You don't send police to remove people from a house because they're not related. That is so unjust. You send police to deal with noise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stanley. Dan, who's up next?
Next is Harry Schofield.
Harry, please state your full name and address.
Yes, Harold Schofield, 9 Atlantic Avenue, Narragansett. So
go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, I just, while we have spent all the time you've spent on this Point Judith parking issue, there are more issues than ever, it seems, biting at your heels in this town. You know, for one, I do want to commend Ella for raising the Lighthouse Inn issue. It's obvious and has been for some time that Proclamation is abusing their lease there, and the town deserves a nice resort hotel there. Need to beat the state up to put something there that will enhance the businesses down there and take advantage of the uniqueness of Gallery. I also appreciate her abstinence on the recent EDC appointments, 2 of which were individuals responsible for the dysfunction of the last EDC. I also note lately Skycap, this zoning approval, over the recommendations to the contrary of the planning board to build expensive, homes in an area of extensive, wetlands that was originally slated for affordable housing. And wanting variances for more sewer connections. We already have sewer and water capacity issues, and we have water quality issues. So again, these things, whether it's the Lighthouse Inn, this recent zoning approval, the lack of student zoning enforcement over the years, and now this parking issue. Unfortunately, in the many years I've lived here, over many councils, the special interests have prevailed over the public interest. And I just want to point out these 2 items here are things that need to have the spotlight put on them. Certainly this Skycab zoning approval, to me, points to the need for truly fair and consistent term limits on the boards and commissions in this town. The people have been in these positions way too long. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Dan, who's up next?
Next is Kathy Kushan.
Kathy, please state your full name and address. Can you try unmuting?
sorry about that. Kathy Kushon, 36 West Bay Drive in Narragansett, COUCHON.
All right.
And I was asked by Susan Cicilline Bonanno to present on an event that we held at the high school on Saturday, Tree Plenish. And so I think I'm going to share some slides.
Yeah, I said you share your great activity at open forum, so you're limited to the 3 minutes, but you can share to tell everybody about the program.
Okay, I was under the impression I could show some slides, but that's fine.
Kathy, if you'd like, we could add this as a presentation to a future meeting.
That would
Or
be
you could
fine.
just be good to either one, Kathy, whatever is your pleasure.
I'll talk briefly about it tonight since I've been here, so
okay,
which is fine. So I just wanted to make you aware, because a couple of your council folks were at the event as well, but I'm the mentor of the Eco Club at Narragansett High School. We've been working for 3 years together, and this year we worked in conjunction with Steve Degnault and the town Conservation Commission to focus on tree planting in Narragansett. So we worked with a group called Tree Plenish, and my Eco Club put out a petition to taxpayers in the town to order trees to offset the amount of paper that's usually used at the high school. So in short, they were looking to have residents order 100 trees, and they surpassed that with 178. So on Saturday, people came to help us plant those trees. Susan Cicilline Bonanno came. Deb Kopat came from town council. We also had US Senator Jack Reed, State Senator Alana DeMario, State Rep Carol Hagan McEntee. And some of them went out and actually planted the trees with the students. We also had the Dave Nassa from the tree council in town, and Richard Nassa, excuse me, and Dave Richardson, who came as well. So our goal was to make Narragansett a little more sustainable by planting these trees. And I wanted to thank the town council and the town Conservation Commission for your support.
It was a great job, Kathy and Steve and everybody involved. Excellent.
Thank
It really
you.
was. It
And
was a
thanks
lot
for your
of fun.
support.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, so that does it for open forum. Next, we have the consent agenda. I did have a request to remove number 1 and do that one separately from consent. Does any other council members have any items they want to remove from consent?
No.
All right, is there a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of number 1?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda, absent number 1.
We have a second? All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. By the way, that was seconded by Eva for the clerk. Number 1 is a motion to approve the real estate abatements in the amount of $36,572.15 as detailed in a report dated April 16th, 2021. Is there a motion?
I'll move that motion.
We have a second?
Second.
All right. This is really just pulled out so that the resident is able to speak on it. So Dan, why don't we move over? I believe it's Catherine Celebrato.
It is.
Catherine, please state your full name and address.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I object to this settlement because, well, in the first place, the attorney has written that we have a case to stand on. But secondly, we're going to reduce his assessment for these 3 properties from 6.8 million to 6 million. These are 3 properties that he sold for a total of 7.4 million. So the logic is escaping me. And this is for 2015, 16, and 17. Now, what about 2018, 19, and 20 on these same properties? Are we going to return another $38,000 to him that he's already paid? I'm unclear about that part, But again, I object to it. I just don't understand the logic when, again, he sold these 3 properties for $7.4 million. And for us to reduce his assessment to $6 million just doesn't make any kind of sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Any council comments?
No, let's
Okay. All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. I'm going to ask for a motion already. We're already there. Motion to
Yeah.
extend minutes.
To extend,
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting another 15 minutes.
Second.
All right. Second by Patrick. All in favor? Start
Susan
with Susan.
Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva?
Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Do we have a motion to move number 32 up?
I'll move that motion.
All right. That's the ordinance, the parking ordinance. Is there? a
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 32 is a motion to read, pass, and adopt as a second reading, a resolution amending the official list of parking restrictions and regulations in the town of Narragansett in accordance with the Narragansett Code of Ordinances to permit parking on the south side of Condon Ave, the north side of Pilgrim Ave, and the south side of Louise Ave from 5:01 a.m. to 8:59 p.m. daily. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Patrick. All right, any council comments? We'll start with Susan.
Yeah, I just have a question for Mark, and I just want to say, I know that we have spent years back and forth. I know the last council, this council, we've done our due diligence as far as hearing from the public, having conversations with staff. So I feel good about that, but I do have a question for Mark as far as a couple of the residents did bring up a time change. We had 5 to 9. Would it have to go through 2 readings if there was an amendment from, say, like 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.? Would that be something that would have to, go through 2 different readings for a time change on that?
Yes, I believe it would have to, be started from scratch, proposed to have a first reading and a second reading.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, I think when we came up with the time, that was, we said 5, but I could understand if we could move it later, but is that something we could deal with, Mark, at another time then, if we pass the ordinance tonight, if people decide that they support this, is that something, or we'd have to go through the same process even for that time change later?
Yeah, I think, Susan, if you adopt it tonight and you wanted to change it later down the road, it'd be an amendment. It would be a first reading and a second reading.
Okay, all right, that's good to know. Thank you. I'm interested in doing that, at some point, so, all right.
I thought the time was a compromise from just keeping it like without any limitations, and I think that was suggested by Patrick. And doesn't it have to do with like fishing, like people, you want to go fishing like early, or and that's what I recall from the last meeting. So and it was just like at least setting some kind of limitation so it's not overnight parking. That was
right. Yeah, I mean, I was big on having a time on it, and after I heard the residents again tonight, I mean, I'm supporting it tonight, but I think if in the future, I'd like to try to put an amendment to make it a little bit later for those residents. You can fish at 7, you can fish at 8. So thank you.
Not with the tide.
Just a reminder also, so we're not taking public comment on this item because we just closed the public hearing. So we have to make sure that those comments are on the record in the public hearing. But Deb, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I was just, I also recall that we talked about the whole issue of overnight parking, and that was the whole reason we set established times.
Patrick, ready to go?
Yes, sir. Why is it when we restrict parking, nobody objects? We say, oh, you can't park here. There's not one person complaining about it. But every time we try to add parking somewhere, everybody's up in arms. You think it would be just the opposite? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. But, and for the record, I want to get back to public in-person meetings. I like getting heckled in person. All right, for the record.
Yeah, we are discussing that happening very soon.
So, anyway, this was mentioned earlier that this is a class thing, and it's not a class thing. This is an access thing to a generational ocean access. It's been down there in perpetuity, and we're trying to solve a problem. You know, I mean, to get cars off the road, to have them parked safely, so emergency vehicles can get by. So there is access. There is cooperation with the neighbors and people who, not just surfers, there's fishermen that go down there early in the AM to catch the sunrise rally. And, you know, and it's not just surfers. There's many people that go down there. So, I mean, we have at least 2 properties that have encroached on those access points. All right, that's been shown. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how. Let's just take a vote. I think enough's been said. I think clearly this is a benefit for the town. We don't want to, you know, we just want to provide safe parking for people that can have access of a generational, you know, point of entry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. All right, let's go ahead and call the vote. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Zizinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye. Thank you.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number
Owe you $10.
Number 10, under new business from the fire department. It's a motion to approve the annual service contract for the interoperable radio communication system from Motorola Inc. in the amount of $35,124.08 for the fiscal year 2021-2022, and to authorize the town manager to sign the contract after review by the town solicitor. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
We have a second.
Second.
Second by Patrick, beating Eva. It looks like, is there any comment from the council?
Nope.
We do have a hand up. Dan.
It's Martin Yeton, I believe his name is.
It's Martin.
All right, so this is on the motion number 10.
That was my hand up, yes.
Okay, please state your full name and address.
And, for the record, if you notice my hand up, it was actually up before you took the vote.
We didn't take comment on that last item because we just had.
I don't know whether you took comment or not. My hand was up before you took the vote. Can we get that point in agreement?
We did not take comment on that item intentionally.
I know that, and that's what I'm complaining about. But since I am on record, let me say the following. I respect Susan for recognizing that.
All right, so we're on item number 10. We're not on item number 9 or the public hearing. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Zizinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 11 for Parks and Rec is a motion to approve the request from the Narragansett Chamber of Commerce to sponsor the 6th annual Rhode Island Calamari Festival on Saturday, September 11th, 2021, from 12 noon to 5 p.m. with setup on Thursday and Friday, September 9th and September 10th at Veterans Memorial Park and Gazebo Park, subject to state and local regulations. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
We have a second.
Second.
Second by Eva. Steve, do you mind giving us a quick summary?
Sure. This is the sixth annual Calamari Festival. Peg Fredette is on if you have any other additional questions, but this is again scheduled for Saturday, September 11th from noon to 5. And we're going to be watching Rhode Island reopening restrictions. So they're going to be prepared to cue down any concerns we have going to any activities this summer, as we've been saying. But we think that going into the fall, things will open up, and they're prepared. Again, they're prepared to react to any restrictions, social distancing, face coverings. But we're hoping that things will be back to normal by the time this event is scheduled. And as you all know, it's a very popular event in Narragansett, and we're excited to see that happen. It was canceled last year in 2020, and we're back again for a sixth annual in 2021.
Thanks, Steve. Any questions for Steve or for Peg from the council?
No, it's a great event. We're happy to see it on the agenda.
All right.
And you'll be a visitor at it, Steve, as well. You'll be participating as a resident.
I'll be around.
I agree. It's a great event.
I have concerns, but let's go to public first, and then I'll explain.
All right, Dan, who do we have up?
We have Margaret Rogers.
Meg, please state your full name and address.
Hi, Meg Rogers, 68 Earls Court. Like many of you, I sat in front of my TV trying to absorb the horror of what took place on 9/11. And I remember that just a few years later, a network TV guy, while he was setting up a comedy premiere party just a block from Ground Zero, said, "People laugh, people cry, life goes on." And yes, the memory of the attack on our country does dissipate with time. That is if we, and tonight especially if you let it. Right after 9/11, everything other than solemn assemblies and commemoration of those who died seemed in really bad taste. But now the memory of 9/11 is fading, leaving ambivalence about what is appropriate to plan. Immediately after the attack, many insisted that life should, wherever possible, return to normal. Defying the smoky air or the constant drone of TV coverage to go out to a ball game or have a meal at a restaurant felt like the patriotic, life-affirming resistance. But now, 20 years later, it's hard to find any practical difference between returning to normal and just ignoring the day. FDR called December 7th a date which will live in infamy, but today it no longer feels particularly infamous. It wasn't until 15 years later, after the assassination of Martin Luther King, that his birthday became a holiday. So the question before you tonight is, how will you, the current Town Council of Narragansett, commemorate this significant memory of 9/11? Also of significance is, how will you decide to remember and honor the 9 Rhode Islanders who died on 9/11? Including all the Rhode Island service members who died in 9/11, in post 9/11 military operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. I might suggest to you tonight that having a beer and sampling calamari next to our Veterans Memorial may not be the best way to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, to honor all those who died, and all those, especially our first responders, who currently still struggle with the devastating health impacts from working in and around Ground Zero. In 2019, Governor Raimondo unveiled a small plaque on the original 9/11 memorial so that future generations did not forget. That day, she said, our teenagers and high schoolers do not remember that day because they were not with us yet. I'm asking you to please heed her admonition to do your best to honor the lives of those lost. I'm asking you to please delay action on this agenda item. There are other days in the year for the festival until you please give it some more reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Dan, who else do we have?
Next is Catherine Siliberto.
Catherine, please state your full name and address.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. You all received my email on this issue. I think Meg said it better than I could ever hope to. I have to wonder what the other cities and towns are going to be doing on the 20th anniversary. I don't think they're going to be attending carnivals and having their face painted and sampling calamari. We can do this the weekend before, the weekend after. It just seems so totally inappropriate to have any type of celebration like this other than a memorial to remember what happened to this country, the fact that we were attacked by terrorists and the number of people that died during the attack and after, as Meg mentioned, because of the wars we became involved in. I just don't think it's appropriate to have this type of festival on the 20th anniversary. And I haven't heard anything at all about what our town has planned for this 20th anniversary. Not a word, just a bunch about celebrating and sampling calamari. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a solution.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Steve, could we have like a 21 gun salute or maybe a bugler playing taps or some type of I mean, we have a brand new Veterans Park there.
Well, I mean, we're going to have a dedication on Sunday, May 30th for Veterans Park, and I'm sure because it's part of the same property, we can do the same thing on 9/11.
Say noon, say 12 noon at 9/11. Take
Absolutely.
10 minutes aside and have some type of service.
Well, again, the Narragansett Chamber of Commerce is hosting this event. You know, I'm putting the agenda forward, but we certainly can work with them, and I'm sure Peg would be open to that.
I'm sorry, I see your hand up.
So
Here's protocol.
Yeah, one second. We're gonna let Peg. I am gonna just throw it out there. I am curious if there's any appetite to potentially move this to the next weekend, to the 18th. I don't know if
that's.
Yeah, see, we have to re-up. It's after 11:15.
Do we have
A motion to extend the meeting another 15 minutes.
All right, by Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
All right, all in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva? You're muted.
You're on mute.
Right, Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
SCP aye, motion approved 5-0. Go ahead, Steve, sorry about that. And we'll bring Deb or Peg in as well.
The following weekend is Gansett Days, 17th, 18th, and 19th. And so the entire property, gazebo, veterans, and the beach is pretty well laid out. That would be a little problematic to try to include the Calamari Festival in that. Is it possible? It may be, but really would be very difficult. But
okay, or maybe the next weekend. But let's let Peg speak.
The other solution may be the Sunday, just the Sunday on September 12th. We could possibly do that too.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, Peg, can you please state your full name and address just to have it on the
Yes, Peg Fredette, 110 Gibson Avenue, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I first want to say, I hope you all don't think that this was just some date that was chosen, that we had some kind of blind spot to that date that's etched in everyone's mind. I don't have a practice rehearsed speech about this, so I'll just speak from the heart. The Calamari Festival is held 6 years now, the first Saturday following Labor Day. That's where it sits in the calendar. And unfortunately, this year, that's the date that it fell on. So I would be lying to you all if I didn't say that when that date became the date, there wasn't a bit of pullback on my part. I got to be honest with you, because unlike some of you, maybe Meg even, sitting in front of a TV, I was actually in New York City during the whole event. So it is etched in my mind. I spent the night there alone with no working cell phone. And so certainly if anybody knows what's going on with that, it was me. So again, first thing, don't think we have a blind spot. That's just the way it fell within the calendar of when we normally do this. It might look like a carnival and sort of flip to some, but this is actually a celebration for the fishermen of our town and the work that they do. They get very excited, their families do, about donating the squid, and they bring their teens. And so this is a family affair for them, as well as the people that come to enjoy the festival. So I just want to kind of put that out there. It's also, the date also works for restaurants. And when I say the date, let's just say that weekend, not the date specifically, but that weekend, because it falls after Labor Day and before Gansett Days and now endless summer and all of that. So that's the reason why it stayed the way it was, and it's normally held on a Saturday night. We always fly a huge American flag. This year we were going to, like we did for the annual dinner, we donated, or not donated, but we gave the Jim Kelso Award to our first responders and our healthcare workers, our grocery store workers, all the people that were essential. So we were going to try to bring in the red, white, and blue American theme for the Calamari Festival to, in fact, honor that date. So, Patrick, I love your idea, whether it's a Saturday or Sunday. I love your idea of the 21 gun salute at that park. That would be outstanding to do. So whatever happens with Calamari, I think you should do that. And then could it be moved? Yes, it could, if that's what you all want. I have no issue with that whatsoever. It's just, again, we try to work with this is not a binary thing. Because you have it on Saturday, you're not patriotic, you don't care about people. It's not binary. It's just a matter of logistics, restaurants, staff, working with other facilities, working with other events in the town, and not cramming everything into a time that we can't for the community. So I just want to put that out there, that it wasn't just some random date that someone chose. So I'll do whatever, I'm sure my board will support whatever you all recommend. And, again, we're not blind to the date. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks, Peg. Can I just ask before the rest of the council chimes in, how much of a downgrade or hassle, or how problematic would it be to do this on that Sunday instead of Saturday?
Okay with me.
Well, I'm asking Peg, really, with logistics and everything else involved.
I don't think we're that far into it, Jesse, because we had to cancel last year. We've all sort of been holding a little bit because of COVID and seeing what the state wants to, give us for lifting of restrictions. So I'm going to say I think it's going to be okay. The only concern I have is, am I messing up the restaurants? And of course, everything's been so messed up for them for a whole year that, that who knows, how that would work for them. But I think it would be okay. The other concern that I have, again, we're not in a vacuum here, is the towers and weddings. I always try to work really closely with Donna at the towers, and we try not to do anything that would impede a bride's day. And so that's one thing I always check on. She and I always work together to make sure that, she's not put in a bad position, nor are we. So that would be a concern. Is there a wedding on Sunday? Is that going to cause a problem there? So it's just a matter of going back and looking at the logistics in terms of who else is affected by a date change. So I appreciate you asking that. I honestly don't know.
Can we just make a motion to table it till the next meeting?
Yeah.
And by then we have all the information and whether, all the logistics.
Yep.
And so I would just make that motion to table this agenda item for the next meeting.
Does the rest of the council generally prefer Sunday, if that works?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Sure.
second that motion. Let them
Yeah.
work on it and come back. Yeah, that'd be
But
fine.
that's what we're looking for, to move it off of the 11th, correct?
Right.
The other issue is it wouldn't be bad to have a service at 12 noon for
Yeah.
our soldiers and, 9/11
So we could do,
anniversary.
but we could do both of those things. We
Well,
can
I
move-
don't know. I mean, I'm not a military guy, so I mean, there's military protocol. I mean, I'm sure Steve has somebody he can talk to that can do what the proper thing
Right.
to do is, because
Right.
there's different things.
Okay, so-
May be proper to have them both coincide, or it may not. Maybe have it on Saturday and then do the calamari on Sunday, which is,
I think it's,
Steve can work with Peg and they can kind of revisit it and then bring it back to us. I
let's
think
do
that,
that.
yeah, I think that's good. We have a motion in a second.
Motion by Eva to continue, seconded by Susan. All in favor? Start with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
I,
Joseph, you aye. Motion approved 5-0. Thank you, Steve and Peg, for working on that. All right, number 12. A motion to approve the request from the Parks and Recreation Department and the Narragansett Chamber of Commerce for the annual holiday street fair to be held December 4th and 5th, 2021, from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. at 170 Clark Road, subject to state and local regulations. Do we have a motion?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Banano.
Is there a second? Seconded by Eva. Yep. All right. Steve, could you tell us a little bit more about this?
Sure. So this is Festival Lights for December 4th and 5th. So we will typically, or we will be hosting Festival Lights tree lighting and fireworks display on the 5th. But the Chamber of Commerce would like to hold their street fair at the Clock Road site where the synthetic skating rink is, will be here at Clock Road for this particular weekend on the 4th and 5th. And again, Peg is on, and I'm sure she'd want to elaborate on all the activities, but basically what we and she was trying to do with the chamber this past year in 2020 in the pier, which was unfortunately canceled because of COVID, wants to move some of those activities. So we spread them around town. So we'll still have all of our Festival Lights activities at the towers with Santa and at the community center, and the tree lighting and the fireworks all down the pier, and then have some activities hosted by the Chamber of Commerce and the Parks Department, mostly by the Chamber up here at the Clock Road. So Peg, if you want to elaborate on what you're thinking about doing, it would be great.
Thank you. If it's okay, I will. Appreciate that, Steve. So yes, this is a great opportunity for us to take advantage of the synthetic ice rink, kind of revive the whole setup that we had for last year that had to be canceled. We'll bring back our artisans and bring some business back into the area. So we're really psyched about working with Parks and Rec on that, and sort of, embellishing, if you will, the great job that they already do with the Festival of Lights. So I guess as a public service announcement, if I could say one thing, we are going to have an open house or a grand opening of the skating rink on May 23rd. So it will give everyone in the community an opportunity to see it and see what's going on. And Steve's going to have some food trucks there, and we're going to welcome families and residents and people to come by and take a look and celebrate an open house with us, and do some honoring of our sponsors and donors, which we had quite a few. It was really remarkable what happened in the community, which I'm just really thrilled about and proud about. So again, the holiday street fair will sort of, again, for those that don't like to have a lot of activity in the pier, it will bring folks up to Clark Road and give them a little different experience and spread people around, just like we were trying to do last year. And we'll include Boone Street again, and of course the pier as well. So.
Great, thanks, Peg.
You're welcome.
Okay, any questions before we take the vote on this?
I have one question. I just was, just because I don't know the answer, is parking. There's no, and I hate to even bring up that word, but is there any kind of parking issue at Clark Road if a lot of people decided to, which I hope they do, decided to come.
Well, that's a relative issue, but there's plenty of parking here, and if
Okay.
we need overflow parking, we have a field here too, so I
Okay.
think we have plenty of parking.
Just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
All right. Great. So all in favor? Start with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, I.
Eva?
Eva Zizinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
SCPU, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Do we have a motion to extend 15 minutes?
I'll make a motion to extend 15 minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Patrick. All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, I.
Eva?
Eva Zizinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
SCPU, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next is number 13, a motion to award the bid for beach dumpster service to the sole bidder for public services at their quoted bid prices of $29,738.44 for year one, $31,820 for year two, and at their quoted prices for additional dumpsters and emergency pickup services.
I'll move that motion.
I'll second it.
Any comments? All in favor? Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, I.
Eva?
Eva Zizinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
SCPU, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 14 is a motion to approve the emergency repairs of one section of the south lot, the town beach, utilizing the miscellaneous repair and construction contract with George Sherman Sand and Gravel Company Incorporated in the amount of $14,000.
I'll move that motion.
I'll second it.
All right, comments? All in favor? Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, I.
Eva?
Eva Zizinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
SCPU, aye. Motion approved 5-0. 15 is a motion to approve the one-year antivirus software renewal with Zones Inc. in the amount of $14,889.
I'll move
I'll
that
move the
motion.
motion.
Moved by Patrick. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Susan. Any comments? All in favor? Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, I.
Eva?
Zizinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
SCPU, aye. Motion approved 5-0. From the Finance Department, number 16 is a motion to accept and place on file the rules of practice and procedure for hearing in contested cases as related to the Town of Narragansett Pension Board.
I'll
We have a
move the motion.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Patrick. Questions or comments from the council?
Yeah, exactly. Let's explain this one.
Chris?
Hey, hi, good evening.
Hey, Chris.
The pension board, as a result of some recent situations, tasked the town solicitor, assistant solicitor, to promulgate some rules and practices and procedures for hearings that are contested through the pension board. Andy Berg is here to help elaborate on that, and also Dan Holland as the pension board chair.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah, so we don't get contested matters in the pension board very often, but we had one recently where it was an issue because the pension board does have the power to promulgate rules and hadn't at that point. So I went through and looked at what the state pension board's doing and some city pension boards that I kind of put together these rules in case a matter does come up that's contested in the future. So we'll have a set of guidelines, we'll have a set of procedures to make sure due process is afforded to whoever the employee is who's got a matter in the pension board. So it just sets forth that we'll have these rules in place and we'll avoid issues in the future.
Okay. All right. So this was done to avoid litigation, future litigation.
Right, to make sure
Confusion.
that things are, all
Okay.
the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted. It really, we should have rules, and we'll be also, these don't apply to disability pensions. That's what I'm working on now. That's the next step.
Right. There's not a charter, there's not a charter change, huh?
No, this is the pension
The
board is
board
vested
function.
with the power to promulgate the rules, but they have to be approved by the town manager, and Jim's
Right.
already looked at them, and the
Okay.
town council.
Okay,
Andy, has the pension board looked at them at all? Like Dan
Yes.
Holland's group? They have, and they all feel like they would fit well?
Yes, it was unanimously,
Yeah, it looks good.
unanimously approved by the pension board.
That's why it's before you. Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
Sometimes stuff, no comment on that.
Dan, who do we have from the public?
We have Catherine Siliberto.
Hey, Catherine, please state your full name and address.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I have a concern about putting this out right now. Matthew Riley's case is before the Rhode Island Supreme Court. There'll be oral arguments usually before a case is heard. I'm concerned that Attorney Penza will use this as some kind of evidence that we did something wrong, that we didn't have the proper procedures in place, when in fact we do, frankly. Taft Carter said that our pension ordinance was vague. In this particular case, when someone's sitting in federal prison on a sex crime, I don't think our ordinance has to say you can't revoke a pension unless they're sitting in federal prison on a sex crime. Further, there are rules of due process. It's established by law. I was a hearing officer. I knew what they were. I was bound by Morrissey Brewer in because I used to do parole violations. Any attorney knows what those rules are. What happened during this hearing was there were a few errors made. As I've said in the past, I hope these errors aren't fatal and the Rhode Island Supreme Court will look favorably upon our appeal. But again, there is a due process procedure established by law. And when someone contests either a pension or, when I used to do hearings, a warrant being issued for their arrest and being returned to prison, you have to follow rules. And any attorney knows what they are. But again, just to get back to this, putting it out there now, I am concerned that Attorney Penza will use this in his argument before the Supreme Court on the Matthew Riley case. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Dan, who else do we have?
Next is Sunny.
Sunny, please state your full name and address. Sunny, please state your full name and address.
I just did. Sunny Albanese, 35 Kingsley Avenue, North Kingstown, Rhode Island. Okay, did you guys cut me off?
I did.
I couldn't hear anything that you were saying. Did you cut me off before?
I did, yes. We can't have you speaking in any way of that litigation.
Well, okay, but I mean, how do I want to address other things like meetings? I want to set up a meeting. Who do I call? I mean, who do I talk to?
So the town council is not involved in your litigation?
Well, it is, because when I talked to the trust, they said they need to hear, if they heard from you, then they would consider resolving the issue. So I think it's about time I talk to somebody there. Maybe if I call you individually and you have a chance to hear the whole story. I know I told it to Susan. So
this isn't on topic. This isn't on topic.
I'm sorry.
This discussion is not on topic of the agenda item.
Yeah, well, I'll be calling you guys, huh?
All right. Have a good night. Thank you.
Maybe we get an answer from Mr. Berg here on this question from the public.
Yeah, I was just gonna, with Catherine's question, I was gonna ask a follow-up to Andy. Are you concerned about that?
No, as a matter of fact, if we prevail in the Supreme Court, the remedy would be to remand this back to the pension board. I think it helps our case if the Supreme Court knows we have rules, concrete rules in place when they send it back. Because if they send it back, it's going to be because they find a procedural issue.
Okay.
So we still have to deal with the vagueness issue of the substantive law, but the procedural issues, I think there's a lot of case law that if there was a procedural defect, the remedy is to send it back. So I believe having these rules in place will help our appeal.
Thanks, Andy.
Even though we made the changes after the fact.
it's, no time like the present. I think it, like I
Okay.
said, I think if there were procedural defects, it'll help that we have concrete written rules
That we
in
did
place
something to
that address the
rectify it.
concerns.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I thought this through, and I believe it's definitely best
Okay.
to have the rules in place now.
That works for me. Yep.
All right. If there's no other council comment, all in favor?
Susan Cicilline, Banano, I.
Eva? Oh, we can't hear you.
Eva Drushinsky, aye.
Yep, we can hear you. Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
SCBU, motion approved 5-0. Number 17, a motion to award the bid for professional auditing services and agreed upon procedures to Bacon and Company, LLC, in the amount of $68,500 for fiscal year 2021, $69,875 for fiscal year 21-22, and $71,275 for fiscal year 22-23, and to authorize the town manager to sign the contract. We have a
I'll move
motion.
the motion.
Second.
Second by Patrick. Any comments, Patrick? Don't make any jokes about the name of the company. All right.
I have a comment or a question, actually. So I have worked with Bacon in my life. They're a really good auditing service, but I was just curious, Christine, how long has Bacon been the auditor, do you know, for Narragansett?
I believe this will be their third setting,
Okay.
6 years. This will bring them to 9.
So is there any, I was trying to look this up today and I didn't get very far, but is there any limitation for the number of years that an accounting firm can consecutively work for a specific municipality?
They did away with that at the state level.
Okay.
Actually, the state approved this.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, they do. They have to approve it. And no, there isn't.
Okay, I just wasn't, I think that, but there was at some point, right?
Yes, there was.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
You're welcome.
Okay. All in favor? Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Banano, I.
Eva? We're having the audio issue again.
Eva Drushinsky, aye.
Yep. Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
SCPI, motion approved 5-0. Number 18 for Public Works is a motion to authorize the town manager to sign the solid waste and recycling services agreement with the Rhode Island Resources Recovery Corporation for a 2-year period, fiscal year 2022-2023, subject to review and approval by the town solicitor.
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Thank you by Patrick. Comments? All in favor? Starting with
Susan Cicilline, Banano, I.
Eva,
Eva Drushinsky, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
SCPI, motion approved 5-0. 19 is a motion to approve, ratify, and confirm the purchase and installation of sneeze guards, barriers, and access windows for various offices in Town Hall, completed by Abcor Restoration Company in the amount of $33,350, utilizing the General Construction Services contract. We have a
I'll
motion.
move the motion.
Second.
Second by Patrick. Comments?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Me too.
All this was done back a year ago, and we're at the tail end of this COVID deal here. Do we really need to spend this kind of money for sneeze guards? It looks like a lot of this was pre-purchased and predetermined, but is there any way we can scale back to reflect the current times of COVID and its near ending?
Before we get an answer to that, can I ask a companion question? Then we can get the answers all together. Because what I was thinking was, first of all, can the cost be offset through the CARES Act? And second of all, was our intention to retain these installations after we have gotten through COVID?
Mr. James
Chico.
Tierney, making an appearance.
The Chico's up.
Yeah,
too.
did Chico's got his hand up?
Mike, does Mike want to go first? Or he's on.
That's fine.
Yeah, we
You
will
have to
be.
vote again. to
We will
extend.
be. We
He's
will
on.
be we will be maintaining the glass and the window shelves because they'll be used when people, there's no reason to take them out now that they're installed. But that was the plan, to make them a structure, that, because otherwise we have to build and remove. It's an improvement to the building
I know.
for sure.
Right, but the thing is, I mean, the last pandemic was 100 years ago, all right? And the thing is, I hate to put in permanent structures that we don't need. I mean, I have no idea what the layout is. I just want to bring it up and get some clarity here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean, if we don't need sneeze guards in this area, why are we putting them up in the, you know? So
Do we want to get some input from Mike while he's on?
Mike should know everything. He's on top of
it. It is all completed. It was the original design was set up to be one way, and he came on very short notice, and he threw some temporary stuff together for us at the very beginning, and then he put the permanent structures there. But Mike's on now too.
Mike.
Yeah. So what? Good evening. So what happened was, like Jim said, the temporary structures went in right away, and with COVID and with the way product was on a shortage, just with the glass that was there was non-tempered, so it wasn't a safety glass, so non-tempered. So tempered glass had to be ordered and installed, plus the portable windows to access, and the countertops for each office that requested certain countertops for computers and screens and keyboards. And that installation was just completed. And those are permanent structures. Those are installed and they're not going anywhere. I mean, that's a permanent. So the offices can choose to use the service windows, or at some point in time when offices can be opened back up the offices themselves. So right now, it just gives everybody the choice to use the service window to stay safe, or to open the office at some point.
We have all the papers off the old windows. It's nice and bright in there. The light goes through.
And
yes, we will be.
I'm getting tired of the cone of silence.
And we will be looking into the use of any available funds for. We are putting some of the COVID reimbursement and whatnot. So
that should be right on. That should be spot on. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Before we vote, do we have a motion to extend?
I'll move that motion.
I'll second.
Last one for me.
All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Deb, sorry.
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. All right, so back to the original motion. Any other questions about the plexiglass? All in favor?
Tempered glass.
Okay. All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 20 from engineering is a motion to rescind the bid award for wastewater laboratory analysis from the awarded bidder, Contest Analytical, and award the bid to the second lowest bidder, Microlab Laboratories, Inc., at their quoted contract price for the remainder of the one-year contract period. We have a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
By Patrick. We have John here. He can give some explanation on that reasoning. Hi, John.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, it's pretty self-explanatory in the agenda and the attachment. This contract was awarded in December, and they first started work on it on January 1st. It's a calendar year contract, the way this one works, but a 12-month contract. The first indication of a problem we might have was when we did the contract, somebody bought the firm. And it's a new company that came in, and we had a lot of difficulty trying to get the billing set up and our invoices processed to understand what we were paying for the services that were provided based on the bidding and the contract language. Then, as we explained in in the attachment, the lab has dropped the ball on several occasions, and most recently, even one that's not even in here, where they picked up a set of samples and took too long to get them back to their own lab, and the samples were no good anymore because they needed to be processed and refrigerated and maintained in a certain period of time. So it jeopardizes our ability to maintain our permit, and we need to have reliable services so that our personnel can work accordingly. So we reviewed the contract language with the solicitor and put together the history of the documentation to present to you to be able to pull the contract. One other item, we think that we're the only lab in Rhode Island, or the only treatment facility in Rhode Island that this lab is working for, and they may have been trying to get a foot in the door in Rhode Island, and they just haven't had the ability to perform for us to our satisfaction. So the contract just allows us to terminate for cause, and that's what we'd like to do.
Okay.
John. All right. All in favor? Susan?
Wait, can I just ask a question before we vote? So terminate for cause, is that a problem just getting out of the contract? Is it that simple, do you think? Is Mark there? I mean, it's a signed agreement with them. Is this going to be a problem for us?
No, it's that simple. They're in default.
Specific performance.
We've been through this, John and I, extensively. It's not one time, it's not two times, it's not three times. It's a consistent pattern. And these are serious matters with serious repercussions. So I have no doubt that we're in the right to terminate this contract.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Patrick?
All
Or,
right.
sorry about that, Deb. The tile order.
Under Robert's rules, you can go backwards sometimes if you want. I meant to mention that to you. So, but Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
If you aye, motion approved 5-0. When we're back in person, we vote at the same time anyway, so we don't do the roll call. So that'll be nice. Number 21, a motion to approve, ratify, and confirm the purchase of a replacement pump for the Galilee Pump Station for Blake Equipment Company Incorporated in the amount of $17,523.
Move that motion.
I'll second it.
Comments? All right, all in favor? Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva?
Yeah, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Just a few aye, motion approved 5-0. 22, a motion to award the bid for Galilee Pump Station valve replacement and pump removal and installation to the sole bidder, Hart Engineering Corporation, in the amount of $44,000.
Move
I'll
that
move the
motion.
Moved by Patrick,
Second.
seconded by Susan. Comments?
Yeah, I got a question for
Go ahead.
for John. John, you still there? You went home already?
Well, I'm still home. I've been home the whole time.
Okay. Okay. I know it's late at night, but how old was that pump and valve?
Well, the valves go back to the station construction. It's reconstruction, which I think was, we might be on the set of plans that's in here.
Just real 70s, right?
Well, originally it was built in the 70s, and then they did an upgrade in 80, the mid 80s or 92 thereabouts.
Okay.
Somewhere in
And
that
the pump? How old's the pump?
The pump itself was installed, I think we replaced the two pumps in 2002.
Right. Okay. So you got
between 2002 and
They don't owe
2009.
you anything, Patrick.
They're 8 or 9 years old. The problem, these pumps, they're a little oversized, and
Yeah. They're not pushing the volume.
they took a real beating when the fish processing was still down there.
Yeah.
So and the pipes, the valves, we have to replace the valves and do the piping work to be able to get the pump in and out. So it's all, and our guys aren't equipped to be able to.
Right. Yeah, it's big stuff.
Or to muscle the pump in and out of there.
Right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, it looks like we have a hand up. Catherine Salaberto.
All set.
Hi, Catherine, please state your full name and address.
Hi, Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I don't want to go on and on about this, but it seems like we're spending a lot of money lately on the sewer treatment. And I was just wondering, are we doing anything wrong, the residents? I remember a few months ago, DEM put something out telling people don't flush those wipes, those disposable wipes down the toilet. And there was a photo that went out, and it was our sewer treatment, or our something happened with our plant. Evidently the people in our town were flushing these wipes down, and they got caught in the valves and they had to be replaced. So I'm just wondering, are the residents doing something that we shouldn't be doing? And if we are, then I wish somebody would put a blurb out about it. You know, whatever it is, don't do this anymore. Just asking, don't know. Thanks.
Thanks, Catherine. John, is there anything to add to that or to respond to that?
I recall that the discussion and our treatment plant superintendent in the paper regarding that. We had some issues at the very beginning of COVID. One of our stations had some problems, and we were in the process of doing a similar equipment replacement. But these replacements are mostly either we had some failures with the pipelines over the winter, and these pumps are just get old over time and do need to be replaced. But we have not had any significant problems with what they call fatbergs in the sewer system, which is a accumulation of grease and the flushable wipes and the things like that that overwhelm the system. So we haven't had any problems significant enough to be able to post anything. So our residents have been pretty good, I think, responding to the original call to not flush anything that you're not supposed to.
Okay, great.
We agree on something.
All in favor? Start with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva.
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb.
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick.
Patrick Moran.
SCQ, aye. Motion approved 5-0. 23 is a motion to award the bid.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. Well, we have one more. Award to the bid for the community center emergency standby generator project. The lowest bidder, K Electric Incorporated, in the amount of $62,300. We have a
I'll
motion.
move the motion.
For a second. Second by Patrick. Any comments or questions for John?
Nope.
Okay, all in favor? Starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva.
Jasinski, aye.
Deb.
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
SCQ, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 24 from the town manager. A motion to appoint Deputy Town Clerk Janet Taro as the town clerk for the town of Narragansett effective May 17, 2021, under the advice and consent of the town council pursuant to the Narragansett Town Charter. Do we have a
I'll
motion?
move the motion.
Second.
Second by Patrick. Questions or comments from the council? I'll start with Susan.
No questions or comments.
Okay. Eva, you're good. Deb,
Good, thank you.
Patrick.
Congratulations, Janet. I will be the least of your worries. Thank you.
I'll add to that. Congrats, Janet. Well deserved, and we're looking forward to working more closely with you. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Congratulations, and Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Also, congratulations, Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray, aye.
SCQ, aye. Motion approved 5-0.
Congratulations, Janet.
Thank you. All
She
of you.
left- She left 3 days ago, okay?
All right, 25. Motion to
No,
amend.
we pulled 25 is gone.
That's pulled. 26, a motion to authorize $2,000 out of the town council's advertising and promotions fund to recognize and celebrate individuals who serve on Narragansett boards and commissions. For a
I'll
motion,
move the motion.
second by Eva. This is yours, Susan.
Yeah, so, especially this council, and I know in past councils, people work really hard to get people on boards and commissions, and they are truly the biggest part of the work we do. There's so many boards and commissions that dedicate their time and service to the community, and I think it's really important at a time like this to, thank them for their work. So, years ago, we used to do like this big thing at the towers and people said they didn't want to spend the money. And so I actually reached out to Steve on this one. This is coupled with an event that's already happening, Gansett Days, and it would be outside at the gazebo. We just have to buy the pins, and we would just thank all the boards and commissions for their service. They would get a service pin. I thought it'd be nice because it would be outside in the fall. So I hope you'll support it because we have a lot of people that serve this community and do it quite well.
Thanks, Susan. Any questions or comments from the council? Okay. I do want to say I did attend one of these. This is something that, I don't know if it was Susan's original idea or not, but back when she was the president, they were doing these committee meeting or kind of celebrations, and I went to one and it was great. Everyone was, appreciative of the consideration and the show of appreciation from the town. So it was really good. Good idea.
Thank you. We started a long time ago, Jesse, but we changed the names, we've changed the place, but yes, good idea.
Yeah, but we never changed the board members.
Anyway.
All right. All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
That's the problem, we gotta change it.
We're working on that. We're working on that.
Having a party, but we never. All right.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye, and we have to re-up again.
Yep. Patrick?
Yes.
Trustee Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Is there a motion to extend 15 minutes?
I'll make the motion. Patrick won't.
Nope.
I'll second.
Nope.
All right. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Nope.
Trustee
I'm
Pugh,
gonna turn
aye.
into a big rat like that story.
Motion approved 4-1. We have number 27, a motion to recognize that 2 town municipal employees should be in the town pension system by reaffirming the ordinance in chapter 663, section 1 from 1990.
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Susan, this comes from you.
So this is an issue that has been going on for a long time, a lot of debate over the years. And so there are 2 employees, municipal employees, that I believe, and I hope you'll agree, that they should have a full pension. They're full-time municipal employees, and there's an ordinance behind it. And so I just like to reaffirm that they deserve the pensions. And Patrick was there at the time when we were looking at other options. And we talked about that. We said moving forward, that was at the time when Mrs. Kenyon was around, that we were going to look and investigate some new ideas to see for new people coming in. But these 2 individuals really deserve to be in the pension, full-time municipal employees, just like everybody else. And so I hope you'll reaffirm the ordinance and that they'll get their pensions. It's pretty simple and straightforward.
Okay. I'm going to go around. Any comments, Eva?
Yeah, so I'm kind of just trying to get up to speed on all of this. And I did look at a lot of correspondences from past emails and past opinions. And so I just wanted to have more information. I mean, I believe it's important to, make sure that, these individuals get retirement and all that. It's been since like 2016 that we've really looked at any opportunities. So I kind of just wanted to, maybe, I'm not saying like, not kicking the can down the road. I know this needs to be addressed, but, just having more information in the packet, just with the background information from the 2016 and who was like consulted, researched, and all that, just to make an informed decision on my part, because I wasn't here the last councils when this was being discussed. But I know it's been an ongoing issue. I know Lori Kelly has brought this up in the past. So I do want this to be addressed. I just was hoping that maybe we could just have a couple of weeks to just kind of review it and then get more information back to the council.
Okay. Deb?
Well, my concern is that we have an ordinance that says that these folks shall be eligible to participate in this plan. They are full-time municipal employees. I don't think, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, that there are any other full-time municipal employees who are not eligible for pension. And if that's the case, I don't understand why these folks would be separated out.
My only concern was when I did go back and I tried to get some of the information like from past, you know, from actually going back to 2007. And there were like 3 solicitor opinions that stated that they were not considered town employees. So I just wanted to get more of the background for that because I'm just coming onto this, and that was my concern. So that's why I'm just asking for like the due diligence of like for you know, council members who are not on this council. This is an important decision for both, you know, the employees and for the town. So that's kind of why I'm asking for just, you know, the due diligence and being able to provide that additional information to me as a council member.
I understand that. I mean, my point is that there's an ordinance. I mean, what would make it not valid? I can't imagine.
I know,
Yeah,
there were
do you
like
wanna
3
talk to Mark Davis about that since he's on?
Sure.
Well, I mean, if we have that question that, you know, what does make it invalid, if anything?
Did you want me to address Deb's
Sure.
point?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you,
Please
Mark.
do.
Deb, the ordinance that you're referring to is actually the opposite. The ordinance that's in effect under 696 does pertain to municipal employees, but it defines municipal employees as town employees. Mark McSally, Dawson Hodgkins, and myself independently have all opined that library employees are not town employees. And so under the ordinance that exists, they do not qualify.
Well, why are they not town employees?
Well, I can send you the opinion.
Well, could you explain it to me?
Yeah, basically, if you read the state law and you read the charter and you read the ordinance, they're an independent entity. The town has no authority to conduct any oversight on the hiring or the dismissal, setting the wage, setting the benefits, has just zero oversight on the library itself. And Lori Kelly will tell you, I think I see her hand raised, they're independent and they're accountable. They're not accountable to the town. The town gives them the money and they're free to use the money how they wish to do it. The employee there that has a different medical plan than other town employees has. And I know, you know, Lori says, well, the town pays our bills and it's reported under the town's tax identification number. All of those are state mandated administrative duties.
But I'm sorry, Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do have two other questions. One is, I'd like to know how this works with other, so maybe this goes to Eva's point. I'd like to know how this works in other municipalities, first of all. And second of all, we do have a couple of library employees who are receiving, you know, pension benefits. So how do we make that distinction?
Well, there was an ordinance passed in 90 that Susan's referring to.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason specifically identified library employees. It never defined municipal employees. In 92, there was an ordinance passed that that negated 663 and defined municipal employees. And under that definition, library employees are not municipal employees. Further, there is no record of the recorded 663, which is the 1990 ordinance, which suggests it was either revoked or rescinded. So other towns, to my knowledge, with the exception of North Kingston, who has done it by contract, very unique approach to things. And I think back in 18, I was asked to speak with the solicitors. I spoke with them. I went back, reported to Jim Manny at the time, I believe. And I don't think there was any interest in doing that on the library's part. So to my knowledge, other jurisdictions, view it the same way. They're not town employees. So it's been consistent from McSally to Hodgkins to myself. For us, it's pretty clear. I can send you the 3 opinions. We didn't consult each other, but we came to the same conclusion.
And I'm sorry, I didn't clearly understand what you said about other municipalities, except that you said North Kingstown was different,
Yeah,
but
I'm not aware of any municipalities that includes them as town or city employees.
but do they receive the town benefits?
No, they receive benefits from their employer, and their employer is the library.
So this isn't just like a semantical issue, though.
No,
I
this is
mean,
not
from
semantics.
why I'm saying that is because they do get salaries and there is funding paid for that from the town. So it's just really, this strikes me as very weird. I really don't, I guess I just don't understand it.
Yeah, well, we can sit and discuss it at length if you'd like, but
Okay.
the town funds the library chooses to use the money the way they wish to use it. We don't send them 890,000 saying you must spend 200,000 for salaries, 100,000 for benefits. They use it as they see fit.
Okay.
Unlike any department, they're not like any other department in the town. They're not accountable to the town. As Jim Chaney will tell you, he has no oversight of the library.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that said, I think I'm glad Susan and put this forward because this is a loose end that needs to be resolved.
Yep.
I don't think we should be doing it in the wee hours tonight or this morning. I think that we need an executive session with all the powers that be and hammer something out that makes sense. Whether it create a new definition of library town employee category and work something out. So I think we
Yeah, I
should,
mean, I know it's late, and so I understand that, and certainly it's an issue that has to be resolved. It is a municipal library, it's a public library, it's not a private library. They get their paychecks from the town, they work for the town, so I do think that, you know, it is important, those two particular employees really got the raw end of the stick, because there are other people that are full-time that get their pensions. And so why are these two different? If you want to change the rules, change them moving forward. But as you were talking at that time, Patrick, about some other options, but these two employees.
well,
deserve
Susan,
their
you heard
pensions.
our attorney, he said that the previous law ordinance there about being town employees was never codified, was never
I don't know.
invoked.
I don't know. I did hear him, but I don't know if.
Well, that's
I
what
think
we
there
need to
is a-
find out.
yeah.
That's what we
Yeah,
need to
so
find
I
out. We don't want
mind-
to pass something.
Yeah, I don't mind, Patrick.
Okay, then let's do that.
Okay, all right, all right.
Yeah, I don't mind. We
Okay.
can talk about it more. I mean, I'm not like at 12 o'clock have to, you know,
All right.
bite onto something. I want to make a good decision, but I think it's the right decision, but I'm happy to, hold off
Hammer
on
it
it.
out.
And
Yeah,
if
let's hold
Evan
off,
needs to
yeah.
do more research, she can
Sure.
find her research. Deb can do your research, and then we can have a meeting. I have enough information, but feel free to do that and we can come back together. Absolutely.
All right,
What
so
happened in 2016, we had all that minutia around the library. And
I
then
know.
For 2 years,
Private
that's all it
versus
was.
public.
It was a big dog fight.
I
And
know.
then it
I know.
continued, and now it's.
so we have one hand up. Before we go to comment, I just want to ask a question of Mark, just so I don't forget it for when we continue this later. Mark, if you know the answer, when the library employees file their taxes, they have their W-2, and they enter that in and it says employer, does it say town of Narragansett or does it say Maury Legion's library?
I don't know. I believe it says the town of Narragansett, but we, under state law, are mandated to administratively pay the bills for the library. I mean, we use their segregated funds. So we spend the resources to pay the bills. And they use the town's tax ID. But as I said, I mean, this has been addressed by 3 solicitors in a thorough review. We all came to the same conclusion. They're not town employees. And 1990 ordinance that Susan's referring to was rescinded or revoked, and there was a new ordinance in 1992. This isn't 2016. It was 1992 this new ordinance came in. that defines who's eligible. So we're talking a long time ago. We're talking 18 years ago that was passed. It wasn't a Matt Mannix ordinance. It was passed in 1992.
Right.
Did it,
No,
did
I know.
anybody receive this benefit after 1992?
I'm not exactly sure. There may have been one or two people. My recollection is not good on it, Deb, but
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, but that's one more thing for us to look into. I think.
yeah, I
needs to
think
be
there might have
vetted.
been a couple of people that received it in error, but I could be wrong. I'm sure
Or
Lori.
whatever.
Because
Because I mean, I think Evan made the point that, this is an issue that's been kicked. It's a can that's been kicked down the road, as so many of our issues have been. So I think it's incumbent upon us to resolve it once and for all.
So let's extend and then take the public comment on this, and then we'll do a vote to continue.
Motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Yeah. Patrick, you want to end the meeting now? Is that what you want?
Yes.
You really want that?
Oh, well,
Second,
second,
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Kuzinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick,
No.
as if you are approved 4-1.
Yet you stay on.
We have Lori Kelly on. Lori, can you state your full name and address, please?
Things out of the woodshed.
Lori Kelly, 444 Ocean Road. I kind of object to this being kicked back and forth without consulting the people at the library.
Well,
Right now, Mr. Davis is saying three previous solicitors all agree with him that we're not entitled. That is not true, to put it mildly. Mark McSally was the solicitor in December of 2090 when this was passed and gave privileges to the library employees as municipal employees. You're making a distinction without a difference, in my opinion. The same way you don't have the school's responsibility going through the town manager. The state of Rhode Island sets up schools and libraries as a separate entity. Yes, there was a letter from Mark McSally saying, it was in regards to other things, saying one sentence, we're not a municipal employee. But because he was the solicitor who put us in the pension plan, I really seriously doubt if you depose him, he would say we are not entitled. Mr. Davis also says that it was rescinded. I would like to see proof of that, because previously in 2000, whenever he was hired and he came up with this, he said, it suggests to me, because there's no mention of library employees, that it was rescinded. When I read the most recent ordinance, which I think is 2008, somewhere around in there, it says specifically, no school employees shall be in the town pension plan. It does not mention anything about library employees not being in the pension plan. This is a very serious issue for the town because we have hired people on this basis. We have, and it was not just in 1990. And it's quite seriously a liability issue because you are taking people who have masters in library science that are fulfilling their obligation, that are using the town's EIN. The town is reporting them to the auditors as town employees. And you're saying, well, that was in error. And if you don't think you have larger issues by denying them now, you are mistaken. Are there any other questions that I can help with?
Nope. I agree.
Thanks.
Thank you, Lori.
Okay.
Lori, next we have Catherine Celeberto.
Catherine Celeberto, 48 Earls Court. I think any financial planner would tell these two individuals that an 8%, say, contribution to the deferred compensation plan with a guaranteed match of, say, for example, 5%, in 30 years, they're going to be much better off. They will have a lump sum that they control, and they can use that as they wish to draw from as they need it in their retirement. As somebody who's a state employee, who was a state employee and received my pension from the pension system, I've suddenly lost a COLA, even though over the years I made a contribution that was based on getting a COLA. If these people, I think really you should revisit the issue of giving them a guaranteed match, letting them put their 8% in a defined compensation program, and even a 5% guaranteed match. Again, they would have control over their own money, and you can do it out on paper. They would have so much more money at the end of 30 years than they will putting 8% into a public pension system that, what is your pension system funded at 60%?
65, I think.
Yeah, it's a zero-sum game for them. And I understand, like 30 years ago, if somebody said something like this to me, I'd say, what are you talking about? But, over the years, you gain some experience, some financial know-how, and you realize that, them making a contribution with a guaranteed match from the town, they're going to end up being much better off.
This meeting feels like 30 years.
Thanks, bye.
All right, so do we want to continue this? Yes?
Yeah, I would make a motion to continue it.
Second.
All in favor?
Needs to be resolved.
Susan?
Yes. Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Wait, so we're trying to resolve this tonight without?
No, this is to continue.
This is a motion to continue.
Oh, to the meeting?
To a future meeting.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant we had to do this tonight. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, wake up and go to sleep.
It's definitely getting late. Aye. Deb Kopek, aye. I forgot what I was supposed to say.
Yeah, aye.
Trustee Klein, motion approved 5-0. We have 28 as a motion to collaborate with the town manager to assess the cost to convert trash receptacles, the town beach area and pier area to solar-powered waste compactors, and to research the feasibility of grant opportunities for conversion. We have a
I'll
motion.
move the motion.
For a second?
I'll second.
Second by Deb. Eva, this is yours.
Yeah, so this is just a motion looking into solar powered trash compactors, the waste compactors. There's some that are in Galilee, but there's a couple different vendors. I've actually looked into opportunities for just being able to get them through grants. I know Jim actually already asked the vendor that we're using in Galilee for a quote. And it's if you read like in the packet, I don't want to take up too much time. I know it's getting late, but it's basically 5 times. It holds 5 times more trash. It's
it's a good idea.
It's a good option, so that I know when I've been at the beach, when I'm leaving, sometimes the trash is overflowing. It has like, it alerts when it's full. It's like a really good fit for just being, near the ocean. We don't get that trash or plastic bags flying into the ocean. And so it's just an opportunity for us to look into that as an option and find grant funding, not looking to just to explore the opportunity and come back with it, next meeting or whatever. So I talked to the vendor. I actually had a meeting with this particular vendor. It's a different vendor. So that's all I'm really looking for, approval, so we can just collaborate and look into that.
Okay, sounds good. Susan, any comments?
No, great idea.
Deb?
Just 2. One is these are pretty expensive, right? That's yeah, just wanted to say that. But the other thing was, I know that in Galilee, they have the trash compactor and then they have recycling something next to it. I forget what it's called. But so what will we do with regard to recycling?
Oh, these have recycle options too.
Oh, because I did try to read it all, but there's a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, their website's really good, and it has different options. You can do like shrink wrap for it to make it really pretty, and just advertising, like you can do the town logo and things like that. So
okay.
Yeah, so there's definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good idea. I can see the value to doing this, and now can we just make them solar? Are they solar?
They're solar.
Yeah, are solar. Excellent.
Solar.
Okay, perfect.
Patrick?
Yes, all set. Yes.
All right, yep. This is an easy approval for me too. I think it's a great idea. So all in favor, Susan,
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Linsky, aye.
Deb,
Dip Kopek, aye.
Patrick,
Patrick Murray, aye.
OCPI, motion approved 5-0. 29 is a motion to direct the town manager to work with the local business community to research options to assist in making parking accessible to their staff and report back at the next meeting. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second? I'll second. Eva, this one's from you as well.
Yeah, so this is just from, we're always, it's that P word again, parking, along the seawall and in the pier area. Bobby Leonard from Coast Guard House had actually reached out to me and had an idea of getting all the local businesses to get like a shuttle service for their employees, have their employees park, just research the area. I've talked to Jim about it. He's talked to Jim about it. Either like the community center or the high school or one of the schools. And then just, obviously we wouldn't be liable. I think Jim's already talked to them. And they're not sure if they're going to move forward with this, but it is coming close to the summer and busy time. So figuring if we approve this, then they can at least operationalize it if they do get interested businesses to do this. And, obviously we'd have to think about trash receptacles and things like that for the parking areas. But I think it would free up a lot of the parking and be a win-win. It would help the economy, businesses. That's my pitch.
Susan, we'll do comments starting with Susan.
I mean, I know a couple of weeks back, a couple of meetings back, I had a motion on for parking. It was a parking study, a more comprehensive visitors, residents, include, businesses and everything. So it was for Boone Street and for the pier. So it's very similar to kind of what I had on a couple of meetings ago. So I'm just trying to figure out so Eva, did you just talk to Bobby? Is that the only business?
So he reached out to me and asked, he had the idea. And then it was basically, wouldn't it be a cost to the town? So he wanted to kind of reach out to the businesses and get them to, pay for the shuttle service. So it really wouldn't be anything to do with us. It's just giving him the permission or the businesses the permission to use, the town property.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying when we had a meeting a couple of weeks back, we had a vote for it was more inclusive of everybody. And so I'm struggling with it because it's for Bobby and the businesses, but I worry about all of the businesses and all the plans. And I like to have a big picture. So this one kind of seems fast, just particularly to Bobby. So I want to make sure that we are, supporting all businesses. And with that big study that we voted on, I thought that would be included in this. So I'll hear from my colleagues.
Yeah, this is just to get it done now, because obviously the study that we had, we were going to give them a year. I think it was like a year time frame where I just think that this would really benefit. I think we're going to have a lot of visitors this year. And I think it's just something that we can implement quickly, and Jim can comment on it as well.
Right. I think the question needs to be asked: can we have employees of local businesses in the pier be shuttled back and forth and they can park their cars at the Mumford School? Or what do you think, Jim? Is that something we can do without we couldn't do it with a private company.
Well, this is to direct him to look into that. So he's not going to answer that question now.
Yeah, so a couple of questions that would be important to me if we were going to do this. And I mean, I get your point, but I also think it was already incorporated in the other study. But I mean, is there liability? Where's the shuttle coming from? How is that going to have anything to do with the town? So those are questions that we need to, I don't know if you can turn that around in a week, Jim, but I think we have to make sure that we get this right. So
well, the difference is you don't have paying passengers. These are employers shipping their employees. So there's no livery involved. There's no state regulations, so that might be a big factor.
So are you,
there.
so how's the shuttling happening?
Well, Bob Leonard and the businesses are gonna pay for it, correct? Ever?
Yep.
So the town's not involved. All we're doing is letting them park at a certain location, whether it be the high school or the middle school.
So there's still the potential
Grade
for
school.
there's still potential for liability. in
There
those
is, so that's up to the
locations.
trust to determine that if that's something that can happen without
Okay.
liability.
They were talking about taking on the liability, so there's ways of them taking on the liability for that, and they were open to do that.
It was my impression that Mr. Leonard, speaking on behalf of many of the businesses before he went forward to present a full plan to us, was to see if the town was interested in it and see if there was an appetite for it. And I told him, I said, at least from our end, we'll certainly work with you and see what the council's thought is on it.
Right.
There will have to be waivers of liability, and then if there's an interest, he would present it to the rest of the business community and see if they want to move.
It's up to the trust.
It could be up to the EDC as well. There's another
Well, no,
option.
it's private.
We have a motion to continue.
Private.
I'll make the motion to continue.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, Susan,
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Brzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick,
No, but let's get through this one, then we'll call it, and we'll appoint these
No.
people. We can appoint these
Jesse,
people.
you, aye,
next-
motion approved 4-1. All right, so for this, I mean, I think there's a possible upside, of course. If it works out well, there's some potential issues, but that's the whole purpose of looking into it. And then there's also all the issues that, go along with Susan's previous item. That's, that could be looked at as well. I'm fine with this, just as a,
I'm good.
All right. Any other comments? All in
So what, I just want to clarify. So what we're going to do here is, what we would be doing is directing Jim to come back to us before we do anything, right?
Right.
Okay. I don't know if you can do this in a week, but.
Oh, does it have to be within a week? Is that what it says on
That's
here?
what it says.
Is it for the next meeting?
Next meeting, 2 weeks.
Oh, Jim, what do you think?
I'll do my best to get it done. Then we have legal review, and I also would like to speak with the chamber and Bob Leonard to see exactly what they had planned. That way, that would play into the liability waiver. And but it's nice to see collaborative with the council and the business community to try to do this as soon as possible, if this is the for it for the businesses.
So if you can't get all the information in 2 weeks, you just, you could just report that, right?
I'll most certainly do that when I meet for the agenda setting or notify you all before then.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All in favor? Starting with Susan.
I'm going to abstain from the vote. Susan Cicilline Bonanno, abstention.
Eva?
Eva Brzezinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 4-1.
All right.
All right.
I think it's
I
gonna-
move to close the meeting. We can do these
Patrick,
appointments.
stop. There's 2 items left. All right. Number 30, a motion to appoint 2 individuals to the finance committee. Is there a motion? Or maybe it is over. There's no motion. No motion.
What happened?
I don't mind. I mean, it's nothing urgent. I mean, I can make the motion to table, the last 2. Is it 2? Like appointments, it's not really.
Well, 31, we had a request from the chair to get that one done. So
Yeah, so why don't we do, can we table the first?
I'd like to continue the meeting and just finish up the motions. I mean, we only have 3 or 4.
there's
I
2.
mean,
We have 2, there's 2 left.
2, so finish them off.
All right.
32, like I had, like for, I'm sorry, for 30, there were, I reviewed them and I just wanted to make a motion to appoint, there were 2, Rick McQuarrie and Ron Catanzaro.
Yeah, I was gonna do.
Guys, we haven't
Catanzaro too.
opened this motion.
Oh, let's open the motion.
Sorry about that, sorry.
Is there a motion, to appoint 2 individuals to the finance committee?
Okay, I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right. So are there any nominees?
Yes. So I went through the packet, and so I was just going to throw out two names, and anyone, Rick McQuarrie and Ron Catanzaro. I don't know if anyone else had any nominations, but I know Rick personally, and he's got a lot of business background, and also I did see Ron Catanzaro's information. He's on LinkedIn, and he's also has a lot of experience in finance, and he also reached out saying he was very interested serving on the finance committee.
You did, yeah, I agree with that.
All
I
right.
will, so can we do two of them at a time?
Yeah, we can.
All right, then I'll second the motion.
Different.
Oh.
Oh, we'll do a different seats, right?
Alternate.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. So Catanzaro for the regular vacancy? It's a completion of a term, right? From 12/18 to 12/22.
That is correct.
Yeah, so I would recommend Catanzaro. So so should I make a motion? I guess so.
I think you just did.
All right. Is there a second
Terry,
for that?
so sorry, we are doing this to you.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay.
All right. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
No.
No?
UPU, aye. Motion approved, 4-1. And then there was another nomination.
So I was going to nominate Rick McQuarrie.
Yeah.
All right. This is for the alternate seat. Right?
Yep. Yeah. It's a 3-year term.
3-year
I'll second that one.
All right. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
No.
The CPU, aye. Motion approved, 4-1. Number 31 is a motion to reappoint 3 individuals to the Land Conservancy Trust. Do we have a
I'd
motion?
like to reappoint.
Is there a motion?
Oh, I'll make the motion.
Is there a second? Second by Eva. All right, Susan.
I'd like two are seeking reappointment. That's Jason Colonies and Jerry Brunetto. So I'd like to have them reappointed.
Okay.
Susan Bush doesn't want reappointment.
Right. So I think that we need to stagger these seats, right, Terry? They're not staggered now.
Hang on just a second. Because I think that the others are.
Okay.
Yeah, so that there are, these would be term ending in 24, and right now you have
I have it up and I don't have it up now.
yeah, there are other terms that would be expiring in 21 and 22. So
these could be 3-year.
Correct. By making the 3-year appointments, that would continue the staggered terms.
Great. Okay, perfect. All right, so Jason Colonies and Jerry Brunetto. That was a nomination by Susan. Was there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Deb. That was weird. Eva opened her mouth and your voice.
Yeah, I said.
All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
No.
SCPU, aye. Motion approved, 4-1. And then we have the seat that's being vacated, or just not reappointed, to Sue Bush because she doesn't want it. We have a
Right.
nomination.
I have a nomination if you guys don't have one. Do you have one? I was going to nominate David Abadiji.
Yeah, I was too, so that's fine.
All right, good.
I was too, actually.
I figured, yeah.
All right.
I'll second that.
Do you need a little background on him? Because
No, we all know
he
him.
lives in town. He's a teacher. He wants to serve. He was a town sergeant. He's a wonderful guy. He ran for council, and I think
And he's keeping one of the land trust trails clean and beautiful, so
Yeah, good. Okay,
proven
good.
himself worthy of the seat. Is it a 3? This would be 3 year as well?
Yes, yeah,
Right,
this. yeah.
All right, all in favor? Start with you,
Susan
Susan.
Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva,
This is against the eye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick.
No.
No to Dave Avedisian. Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 4-1. And that's everything.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Terry. We'll miss you. Sorry for the
Motion, you just need a motion.
Bye,
to-
Terry.
is
Good
there a
luck.
motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
For a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick.
Aye, for God's
Jesse
sake.
Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Thank you all.
The longest one, I think.
Everybody, the last,
No, we had a longer one than this.
Did we really go?
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Terry.
Good
Thank you
job,
so much.
Jesse.